Check, check, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. I am going to call to order this education committee meeting and then announce that we're going to go into recess until 11:30. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. Thanks everyone for coming back to join us for our first JF meeting of the Education Committee. We have quite a few bills before us today, and so we'll do our best to keep it moving. Can I have a motion to JFS to the floor, LCO 3282?
So moved.
Raised by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. Any conversation or questions?
Hold on, we're going by LCOs?
It's SB 7, yep,
Okay.
LCO 3282.
Sorry.
I will let the proponent of the bill give an explanation.
Thank you. So this is our act concerning equity in education. This is our opportunity from the Senate side to raise the ECS funding amounts for all our school districts throughout the state of Connecticut. The idea behind this is to gradually, annually increase the foundation amount for ECS over the next four years, and then at that point index that to inflation. By doing this, every school district will benefit. Every school district will become a winner. At the end of the day, if we don't raise the foundational amount, which we haven't raised in 10 years, and do this piece of legislation, then we're still keeping ourselves behind. So the idea behind it basically is to raise the ECS foundation amount starting next year and increase it each year by $1,000 until 4 years out. And from that point on, index our ECS foundation amount to inflation as we go forward. That's the nuts and bolts of this piece of legislation. Through me, through whoever wants another question. I think it's the best way to do it. I think it's the best way to get more resources for our communities, all our communities throughout the state of Connecticut. And any questions, I'll address them at this point. Yes.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Representative Howard.
Sorry, I didn't, it looked like you were acknowledging me, Senator. I didn't mean to do that. I guess it's a question. It's more of a comment. And you know, we have two sort of competing bills here. I know the four caucuses here all seem to be in alignment that the ECS funding needs to be addressed to get more money to our communities and our children, which I intend to support. But as we open the ECS funding and the formula, my question is this, and perhaps it's not a question, or maybe it's a comment for consideration, but the ECS formula now accounts for a 30% times the low-income students, which is students who have free and reduced price lunch. That's part of the current ECS formula. So if all four caucuses are looking at opening up the ECS formula to make adjustments, would it behoove us at this point to take a look at that section? Because there are bills each year that get seemingly closer and closer to the finish line to make at least breakfast, if not lunch as well, free to all students. And if that becomes a reality in the state of Connecticut, individuals will no longer be submitting paperwork, as I understand it, that they qualify for free and reduced lunch, and thereby creating a loophole or a hole in the education formula that we'll be here trying to fix. And I just didn't know if it was, if the chairs would be interested in kind of just addressing that before we make these final decisions. Not today, perhaps, but.
Okay. Absolutely, and thanks for your question. That a piece of funding is not in this piece of legislation. We do have another piece of legislation where it talks about free school lunch or free breakfast. So that piece of legislation is not here, but we will have that conversation when that comes up, because you're absolutely right. This piece of legislation basically is talking about the foundation amount. It doesn't addresses weights and things of that magnitude, especially when it concerns free breakfast. But that, again, will be addressed in another piece of legislation as we move forward.
Yes, and that's sort of the point. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Senator Berthel? Oh. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't want to take a second because I actually had a couple of answers to the last speaker's questions when it came to free and reduced price lunch, especially. I know that dealing with this bill specifically, or dealing with ECS, we talk about free and reduced price lunch, and the point was made about having free lunch, free breakfast, those kinds of things. I know the formula now because I worked on the subcommittee for education for a couple of years. It's based on the federal qualification. And the only issue that we have sometimes in the state of Connecticut is that some of our cities and towns will underscore the amount because, you know, once you get to your 60%, you then qualify as an entire city. So you can tell your local municipality maybe to look at their number and count it better or just report it better, but it's based on the federal qualification. So any programs that we have here that were to increase free and reduced price lunch or increase free breakfast in the state of Connecticut wouldn't affect the actual number because it's the federal program, not the state program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Berthel?
Madam Chair, if there's no other questions, I would move that we begin a consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Clerk, could you please begin a consent calendar? Is there any objection to placing Senate Bill 7, LCO 3282 on the consent calendar?
I move that we place it on the consent calendar without objection.
All right, we will place Senate Bill 7, LCO 3282 on the consent calendar. Next, we have House Bill 5002. And the action is to JFS to the floor, LCO number 3362. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. The S language for this bill removes some changes in section 9 that were just meant to clarify subsection F to be conforming with subsection B. So we are continuing to include the specific organizations the Commissioner of Education shall consult with while rate setting. And we are removing the language that's clarifying these are related, these rate sets are to related services. Any questions? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the bill does a lot of things, but some of the things it also does are tweak, I would say, some of the provisions of the 5001, which we passed unanimously in both houses last year, the special education bill. So if I understand correctly, we're now down to 2 changes related to special ed in this bill. The first one is related to those organizations that the commissioner must consult with in the rate setting process. And the second relates to the seed grant and whether those funds can be used for third-party contractors. Is that correct?
That's correct, Representative.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to the organizations which the commissioner now has to consult with on the rate setting, could you describe those organizations and how those were picked among the many stakeholders in the state?
Happy to. These are specific organizations representative of our approved special ed providers who are just going to be available to the commissioner to provide insights into the costs they are experiencing for staff shortages, transportation, all of the various things that are part of their fee schedule.
Okay, I thank you, Madam Chair. I do not, I'm having trouble pulling the bill up, but can you go through each of the organizations? There are only 3 there, and tell us what exactly they do, please.
CONCASE is one, and it's representative of the APSEPs. Second one is the Connecticut Association of Private Special Education Facilities. So another organization that is representative of our outplaced providers. And the Children's League of Connecticut, again, another organization that works with our outplaced students in outplaced settings.
Okay, thank you. Is the second organization, well, let me phrase it a different way. Are private providers of special education services represented in these 3 organizations?
If they are approved special ed providers, if they are APSEPs, then yes.
Okay. So this language does not prohibit the commissioner from consulting other people because it says in line 18 and, sorry, 819 and 820, and other organizations as the commissioner deems necessary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the other change to the special ed bill in here is that now the seed grant, which was in the omnibus bill last year, now as a result of these changes, the seed grant can be used for outside vendors, so to speak, that a school district should want to contract for to provide services. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Is there any change to the rate setting mechanism, whether on transportation costs, tuition costs, services? Is there any change to the rate setting mechanism that was established last year with a special ed bill?
There is not.
Okay. Thank you.
Happy to. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you just please explain the bill?
Sure. So this is the House's attempt to get more money to our municipalities for our public schools. What this does is a more modest foundation increase than what was in SB 7. It pins it to inflation starting in 2027. And then also phases out the local contribution to our magnet and choice programs in lieu of the state picking up those local payments. So right now, we only allow magnets and choice programs to exist in our highest need municipalities. And then also, when we pay ECS to those municipalities, they disproportionately turn around and pay that money in tuition to the magnets and choice program. So we're trying to address that and help our municipalities keep more of their dollars in their public schools.
Thank you.
No problem. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you might also just make reference to how this affects funding for VOAG schools as well.
Absolutely. So again, for our VOAG, similar to our magnets, they're sort of lumped into the choice side of our education funding grant. They will receive an increased share of revenue directly from the state rather than from local tuition payments, as was promised to them when they were established. And that also will help hopefully address sort of the tuition cap we've placed on them.
Yeah, thank you. I think this particular part of the bill goes a long way to addressing something that, at least in the 12 years I've been here in Hartford, we have dealt with every year to finally bring some equitable funding to VOAGs and the good work that they do across Connecticut. So thank you. I don't know, Madam Chair, if there's any other questions, but it looks like
Representative Howard?
I just want to confirm, we're working off LCO 3362, right? Because I've gotten
Correct.
two separate S languages.
Yes,
Okay,
3362. Thanks, everybody, for their
Okay.
flexibility.
thanks.
And Representative Reddington Hughes.
I'd just like to make a comment that, this is certainly something that will be well received for the VOAG students and the municipalities, because unfortunately, because of the funding and the way that it has been set up in the past, even though the programs are excellent, the taxpayers are learning to hate them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Khan?
Thank you. I'll speak briefly just to the funding pieces. The preliminary numbers, I know that we received on what the language as is would mean for towns right now is not a number that I think goes far enough. I think it, for a lot of our towns, don't see any increase in funding for education purposes. So I know this is a work in progress, so I'm okay with that language as is. The concern I have is in section 10, and I think it's line 860 in the most recent LCO that we have, which removes language from seed grant being not allowed to be used for third-party contractors. And I want to explain this change because I know members on the education committee were not all members were necessarily on special education committee last year. So prior to having the seed grant, we have funded special education services through excess costs. And excess costs can only really be used to reimburse outside providers. It reimburses a district for what they've paid to outside providers. So when we were coming up with the seed grant, that was the ECS-based, the weighted formula, the intention was that we have not yet, as a state, invested in special education in our schools. We have invested in, we have given money for districts to reimburse tuition, but we have never given money for districts to help their own special education programming in-house. And the seed grant also came about last year when we were addressing large special ed costs. What we had seen is third-party providers that are contracted for special ed programs. Some of those costs had gone up significantly, which is why we addressed rate setting. And but a lot of districts were more reliant on outside providers because their own in-house programs were not sufficient enough. So the seed grant helped to do just that. It helps to invest in our schools and increase our own special ed programming so that for students that can remain in schools, we keep them in our schools. And as an educator, I can tell you best practice for students with special needs is always inclusive classrooms. Classrooms that keep them closer with their regular ed peers or closer to home, rather than outplacing them in a outside provider. Obviously, there are circumstances in which that's needed because there are services that sometimes public schools cannot provide. But when they can, it is in best interest of the child's learning to keep them in inclusive classrooms. So this grant helps to do that. And by removing the third-party provision, what we do is, one, the grant could be used to double dip per se, because you can use it to pay a provider that you can also get excess cost reimbursement for. And then two, it doesn't require that a district would then, if a district uses that money to contract out, they're not investing in their own school, which defeats a large purpose of what that grant was intended for. So I think that we really need to look at what that means. I know there are some districts that have asked for it to be contracted because it is easier, but our job as legislators is not to make education policy that is easy, but one that is in best interest of a child. So I am going to ask that I'm going to make a motion to amend that current language that would remove the brackets from line 860 and 861 to keep the language as is.
Motion made by Representative Khan, seconded by Representative Howard. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I very much appreciate the dialogue with the chairwoman of the Select Committee, with whom I enjoyed working very much last year. So I guess I view it differently. The seed grant was established to assist districts build out their capacity to keep more kids, more special education kids in district. And some of the feedback from the field has been that, especially in small districts, the needs change year over year pretty significantly. So while a child may have a need for a very specialized service, maybe you have 10 kids one year who need that service. And the next year you have one kid that needs that service. And the next year you have 0. And the next year you may have 25. So it's very difficult for districts to staff those positions because they are very specialized. So I'm in support of leaving 5,002 as is because it allows districts to a little bit more flexibility, and they can meet their needs for very specialized special ed services using third-party contractors. The other thing that maybe it's just a point of clarification, but my understanding is that the excess cost grant is not only used to reimburse third-party vendors. The excess cost grant is used for any cost of a child between the base, the rate per student that the district gets and 4.5 times. So if there's special equipment in the school, that's the ownership of the school district. If there are people hired to address those special ed needs, all of which is happening under the school's roof, not contracted to third parties. Excess cost goes to that too. So I think that that distinction is worth making in this context. So with all due respect to my colleague and friend, I do support leaving this language as is.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have the same concern, and maybe the representative, the proponent of this amendment. I actually spoke to a couple of superintendents, and their issue is they're limited to what they can use this for. And so as an example, Waterbury, they need mental health workers. They need all, different things. And they were constrained by this and were not able to use it to the best of their ability and what they needed it for. So that's where I'm with Representative Corpus on this.
Thank you, Representative. To the proponent of the amendment?
Thank you. So I'll speak to that. And I spoke to several superintendents about that same question. So in this same language, you can see all of the different ways that districts can use the seed grant. So it references that they can use it on anything special education purpose related. They can also use it for tier 2 interventions, which we talked about last year. They can use it for equipment, curriculum, and they can use it for reading specialists, behavioral, paraeducators, et cetera. The contracting, what that allows them to do is that they don't have to hire the person in-house, that they can contract it and it can be short-term. This, what we have put in, allows them to do it. It allows them to hire and or use it for various services. The other thing I just want to clarify, this doesn't say that special ed cannot be contracted in-house. You can't, districts before seed grant could have already been doing that and can continue to do that with ECS money, with their own money. This is just specifically to the seed grant that this doesn't allow third-party contractors. And so any district that the year prior, let's say Waterbury, was contracting that service out, they can continue to do so with their own money. This is just the new grant. The purpose of the new grant was not to, remember, we had put that we can't subplant it. You can't use it to cover your budget, but you have to invest in schools, add more, because the whole purpose behind it was we want to increase capacity of schools to be able to offer special education programming in-house.
You may, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I respectfully understand and appreciate it. Again, in talking to the superintendents, they specifically are tied to that seed grant, and that is the problem that they're having. So unfortunately, if this is going to be proposed, I don't think I'll be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So I'll just clarify to the idea that this allows for double dipping because of that non-supplanting language. Districts would not be able to double dip. Over half of our districts, actually all but 75, received fewer than $50,000. So their hands are really tied about how they could hire to bring in a professional in-house. And so we're just trying to give our districts more flexibility. If they really want to make investments in tier 2, bring in people who could offer professional development on executive functioning, play-based learning, all the various initiatives we have tried to empower our districts to take on to reduce the number of students who are going to need tier 3 intervention. We're just trying to say you have the ability to spend these dollars as you best see fit and make that decision for your district. And not only if you're able to bring those professionals in-house, because we also know there is a critical shortage of these professionals to be hired by our district. So even if they are a Bridgeport and receive a $2.6 million, maybe some of those dollars they will be hiring people in-house. I hope they will. That is the goal. But maybe they also will have other ways to maximize the use of those dollars so that they can contract with more reading specialists or what have you, to meet the needs of their students as they best see fit. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and ask the clerk to please call the roll on Amendment A.
An amendment has been offered designated as Amendment A. Senator McCrory,
Or is a no?
Representative Leeper,
No.
Senator Bertel,
No.
Representative Subkis,
No.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
No.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno,
No.
Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Repolinski, no.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Yes. Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine,
No.
Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes no.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Representative DeFranco,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
No.
Representative Jenga,
No.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
No.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Stewart, no.
Representative Wiellander,
No.
thank you. Let me count the roll call, sorry. Fifteen yeas and 18 nays. The motion, fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions on the underlying bill? Representative Wiellander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, and I know that this is still a work in progress, so, as many big proposals are, so I'm sure all of these conversations will continue. But I had a question about section 11 that was, okay, looking at LCO 3362. It was, let's grab my original notes. Now on lines 881 to 887. It is regarding that section to give priority childcare spaces for families that were previously receiving a subsidy but are now no longer able to, because oftentimes our families get bumped off by very small changes in their income, which most of the time we see a raise as a good thing, but oftentimes we then are finding ourselves, or families are finding themselves in actually much harder situations. And So it's more, I guess, of a comment because to flag it, I understand the intent behind this, but as the chair of the Early Childhood Caucus, I know that there are many concerns about how we would actually track this and how small providers would be able to get this kind of information besides just having to ask their families. So just wanted to flag that as something that I understand the intent of trying to give them priority, but how this would actually be done in practice, I have some serious concerns about.
Thanks, Rep. Relander. I appreciate that. I think it was trying to see if there was going to be a way to continue to help provide some childcare subsidy for our families who maybe just earn $1 too much to qualify for care for kids and lose that subsidy. And agree, it is still very much a work in progress and ongoing conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Any
Chair.
other questions on the underlying bill? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF substitute agenda item 2, House Bill 5002, and not concerning education funding, special education, and early childhood programs, LCO number 3362. Senator McCory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno,
Representative, yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Corpus, Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano, Representative Romano,
Hi, can you not hear me? I'm a yes.
thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Yes.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will be holding votes open until 3. Next, we have Senate Bill 221, an act concerning aspiring educators to JFS to the floor, LCO number 3358. I will let the proponent of the bill.
So let me summarize this aspiring educators piece of language. And I'm gonna be very clear in my language. As an education committee, We are here to set policy to benefit all children in the state of Connecticut. That's our goal. That's our responsibility. So with this piece of legislation, we're proposing this aspiring educators legislation is to identify teachers who are underrepresented, individuals, I should say, who are underrepresented in the educational field, period. Individuals who are underrepresented in the field of education. This is what this scholarship does. Why are we appealing to those individuals who are underrepresented in the field of education? Because the science, the research, and everything we know about education says when children are taught by a diverse population of educators, all children benefit. All levels of academic achievement improves if we're taught by a diverse teaching population. There's no question, there's no argument about that. That's the truth. So if policymakers are looking to increase the academic levels of our children, then we need to have a diverse teaching population. And in my 33 years of education, every superintendent, every principal who I spoke to, regardless what school district you were in, they always ask me, do you know other educators like yourself? Where can we find more teachers like you in our school districts? Because we need to have them. So what this piece of legislation does is actively go out to refine and provide opportunities for those underrepresented parties, because we all want our children to improve academically. And regardless of what we say, and regardless of what people say about the state of Connecticut, how well we do in education in comparison to the rest of this country, probably next to Massachusetts, the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, in the opinion of the data, we're not doing that well. We're not. So if we do not lift the level of education for all our children, we'll be spiraling down an area where we don't want to go. We'll have more of our young people being labeled into special education, therefore increasing the cost of education for all our communities you just heard about in the last piece of legislation. So this is what this bill does. Now, for those who might ask me more questions, I will answer them right now. We have other pieces of legislation that uplift and provide financial support for anyone to go into the field of education, not just underrepresented populations. So I ask you all to support this legislation and support the upcoming legislation that provides opportunities, i.e. one of the pieces of legislation is the apprenticeship program for individuals to go into the field of education. So I will stop right now and answer any question that anybody have. Representative Zuckis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have two questions. My first question is, I know that the definition of aspiring educators has changed a couple of times. So can you just please tell me, because I'm just confused, what is the definition? I see it's underrepresented groups in the teaching profession by population. Before it didn't say population. So could you just please clarify? I agree with what you just said. Just for my own benefit, I would just like, can you just please explain to me exactly what that means?
Yeah, so when we say individuals who is in a population of the subgroups, those individuals who are deemed underrepresented are, first of all, men when it comes to elementary education, African-American individuals, and people of color. If I put it in a summary, that's what I pretty much say that. Black, brown, yellow, any individual who are underrepresented in the field of education. So you can walk into any school and see who's not there for the lay person. See who's not in the classroom And that person is probably underrepresented in your district, and is probably underrepresented in my district, and any other school district, any public school district. That would be my answer.
Thank you. And just my second question is, they receive a grant of $10,000. And is that yearly? For how long? What's the purpose?
That's a very good question. So
you.
the I wouldn't call it a grant, it's a scholarship. It's a $10,000 scholarship awarded annually for 4 years for those individuals, and it only goes towards tuition. So some people might say, well, why are you only giving to tuition? Because many people get scholarships for other reasons, and they're not, we want to make sure these dollars are used for their tuition. Because other reasons, we know the cost of education is much more expensive than just tuition. It could be food and board, residency, all those good things. But this $10,000 opportunity is just for tuition. And I want to also make it clear that this is the maybe second year of this. And unfortunately, when this piece of legislation first came out, it was only for those individuals that lived in alliance districts. That wasn't good enough. We saw that wasn't good enough in our opinion, and we opened it up to all school districts, children or young people who want to go into field education, regardless of what school district you're in. So that was another opportunity to expand the pool of educators who will have the opportunity to go after this scholarship. And I also would say I'll take responsibility, state of Connecticut, SDE, did a poor job of advertising this programs. So therefore, we didn't use a lot of the dollars that were available. So when you look at appropriations, I'm saying don't cut the money because the information wasn't out there readily available. So we're definitely going to see an uptick in the number of individuals who are going after these dollars because of the expansion into other school districts, and also because of the fact that we're going to market this program to everyone else. That would be my response.
Thank you.
Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll give you a quick break because I have comments. I don't have many questions. First of all, I want to state what I'm thankful for, and I'm thankful for the work you've done, Mr. Chair, on this particular bill. I think it's important to point out that in many places around this legislature this year, we've seen in brackets, and if you guys don't know, brackets mean we're taking stuff out of statute or bills. In brackets, we've seen terms like diversity and minority all over this legislature this year. But in many cases in other committees, we don't see anything replacing that. We don't see any definitions of something like an aspiring educator to show us that there is still representation in these pieces of legislation. However, I do, as thankful as I am, and I will be voting yes on this piece of legislation today, I do want to say that there's going to be more conversations we're going to have about those brackets that we see all over this legislature. The definition of aspiring educator, and I just want to be clear that a yes today is definitely acknowledging that this is a step in the right direction, acknowledging that we are going in a good place. But I know that the piece of legislation originally intended by the State Department of Education was much harsher and still needs a little bit of work. But I appreciate the work that the good co-chair has done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Candelaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I understand, I get where the intent is going with the language, and I'm in agreement with that. I do have some concerns about the diverse piece. Now that we open up the pool, are we allocating additional resources to address the additional pool of individuals that may be applying?
Yeah, very good question. So, like I said earlier, when we put the opportunity out there, we didn't get a lot. Our catch basin was very small. It did not cover enough individuals, and the dollars that we advocated for this piece of legislation wasn't more. It was more than enough. It was more than enough. We didn't utilize it. I believe they had like $6 million that was available for individuals that was just from our alliance districts. And we feel though that yes, we will have enough dollars already available for this program, especially when, like I said, if we expand it to all school districts and do the advertising, which is very important. That will be my response.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Senator. And I thank you for the work that you've done around this, because it is extremely important. I just want to state these statistics for the record because I think, obviously, as we are, many of us on this committee are educators, cultural and experiences for students and what they see in their teachers, it really truly matters. So as of 2024, there were 11.7% of Black and Brown educators represented in the state of Connecticut. Approximately 88 to 90% of all public school educators are white, totaling over 47,000 out of 54,000 educators in the state of Connecticut. However, our student population has become extremely more diverse, and it is way more expansive than it has ever been, as the populations in Connecticut are drastically changing amongst our student population. So as of 2 years ago, students of color approximately make up 53.8% of all student body in K through 12 schools. And so obviously, as educators and as people, in this field, it is so extremely important that students see people in their classes that not only reflect them in their identity, but even their cultural experiences. Studies have shown that Black and Brown male teachers would identify a young Black boy in K through 3rd grade as maybe hyper, when he's had teachers of other cultural experiences have identified him as aggressive. And so I think words really truly matter. One word can mean multiple things. And no matter what's going on anywhere else, I don't think we should ever run away from how powerful words are and what they mean. And so obviously I'm a yes on this because I know that it's extremely important. We do need to work on promotional opportunities so that more people know about this, because I think the more that know, the more would obviously engage in it. But I really do think that it's important that we make clear what this bill is. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just add, people who know me know I've been doing this work for a number of years. And one thing I will say about the state of Connecticut, we're getting better. Our percentages are increasing over the last 5 years. It's getting better. And my tagline has always been, you can't be what you don't see. And based on what you said, in the demographics of the students in the state of Connecticut are increasing, we have to grow our own. Because this is a problem not just in the state of Connecticut. This is a problem throughout the country. We have a problem with recruiting people to go in the field of education, period, let alone those who are coming from diverse background. So anyone expect that we're going to get better by recruiting other folks from different states? That's not going to happen. So we have to invest in our own children right now if we want to prepare for the future. So that will be my response to your comment. Representative Khan.
Thank you. So I just want to add on a little bit to what was just said by Representative McGee. As someone who obviously has taught in Connecticut schools for many years and has participated in our teacher prep programs, I can tell you that there's very few teachers that I know that look like me in our schools. So the underlying scholarship program, the underlying bill in this particular piece of legislation helps to have more teachers from diverse backgrounds. And one thing I just wanted to add is it's not just important for our students of color, but it's also important for all students to have teachers of diverse backgrounds, right? So I want to make sure that the essence of that is still kept. And I know that the change in here also adds in shortage areas, which I'm a special education teacher, as we know, which is one of our largest shortage areas. So I do like that we would potentially have scholarships for folks that want to go in. One suggestion that I think could help would be maybe to have like a priority of first making sure that we have the money go towards diverse candidates. And then if we have money left over, which I think we will, because like you said, we have a good amount allocated. But I think one thing that you did point out, and I do like that is in here, is we need to advertise this better. I don't think a lot of folks know that this is out there unless someone told them or someone used it and then they got the word out. So I think when we advertise it, we might get a larger pool anyway. But if there's some way to prioritize first our diverse candidates, I think that would be a great change.
Thank you. And you must be reading my mind, because that's exactly where I was going to have a conversation with SDE to, yes, again, first we need to get them into the field. And then we got areas where we need all teachers, whether it's a diverse teacher or any teacher, to prioritize. So I will ask SDE to make a policy decision and say that once we maximize or get as many of those people from diverse background, then we can say, hey, now we should need to open this up and find people in subject matter areas and special education areas to get them also. So that can be a policy decision, which doesn't take away from the policy that we're having with this piece of legislation. So you're absolutely right. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just wanted to see if this bill has anything to do with probably the most underrepresented group in the United States, which is the disabled. Are they carved out in this?
No, no, they're not. That's another policy decision we can make within SDE when we move forward with this piece of legislation. So I would say, let's get this through. And if any changes that have to be made before it hits the floor, that's a good conversation. And you are absolutely right, because those children also need to see representation. Because one thing I do know about education, representation matters.
Yeah,
You put me in front of your classroom, it's going to be that child's going to have a different expectation of life experiences and what they know. And I know, I'll just stop right there.
Oh, well, thank you, because
Good.
I think,
Very good.
yeah, I think that we really, I mean, the act was something that was passed in many of our lifetimes, and we really have a long way to go there.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
I think I saw Senator Kushner, and then I'll get to you. I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments that I've heard here today, and I will be supporting this bill. I do think that what I've heard from other colleagues, the concern, I think, was changing the word diversity to aspiring. And I think the concern comes from feeling that on a federal level, we have seen attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And I think that people are concerned that we are somehow yielding to that pressure from the federal government. And from what I hear in this discussion, I don't hear that here, but I do think it's worth noting that that's something that is of concern to all of us. I appreciate the comments that people have made here, and the testimony we received from the aspiring educators has been wonderful. And I think it gives us hope that there are ways to fix some of these problems. But I just wanted to comment on that because I think it should be spoken about publicly and not hidden away. And I certainly feel like the issues of diversity that we are facing and the importance of having a diverse a scholarship that recognizes the need for diversity is really important. So I'll be voting for the bill, but I appreciate the conversation here today.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add my comments of support for this bill, and also the fact that I really appreciated the remarks regarding people with disabilities being treated fairly. I've had actually situations in my own district where I felt that there might have been more opportunity for people with disabilities, and those people are now working in other districts, and they feel very, very good about presenting themselves with disabilities to other students. This special education teacher to present herself to other students that have disabilities. So it really works where they have the confidence. Here's a teacher with a disability. Here's somebody that is teaching me. I have this, and I can become a teacher too, or do something else that I aspire to. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Felipe for the second time.
Very quickly, I don't have anything else to say. I just want to throw the statistic in here because I throw the statistic out every year. So I want to do it one more time. 52% of the students in this state are male. 24.5% of the teachers are male. That's a 2-to-1 disparity. 31% of the students are Latino. 5.1% of the teachers are Latino. That's a 6-to-1 disparity. 12% of the students in the state of Connecticut are Black. 6% of the teachers are Black. That's another 2-to-1 disparity. 5.5% of the students in Connecticut are Asian. 1.4% of the teachers are Asian. That is a 4-to-1 disparity. I just want to throw that out there. That is basically the entire reason that I vote for this bill every year, and will continue to do so. Wanted to throw it out. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your evaluation of numbers there, young man. I think that goes a long way. Representative Corpus.
Thank you. I just had a question on how this actually works. So in line 117, this is talking now about the Aspiring Educator Recruitment Policy Oversight Council. So at the bottom there,
You
it
said,
says
what
that
line are you referring to LCO 3358?
I am not. I am on a prior LCO, pardon me. But I'll ask the question topically, and if it no longer applies, I'm done. It says that thank you, Greg. It says that is there anything in here which goes to the topic of socioeconomic, geographic, educational, or professional diversity? Or is it only the items of diversity that we've discussed in the bill proper so far?
So it only goes to the diversity that we spoke about so far. This is an old piece of, we have a new LCO number. And be honest with you, I'll be very clear. The reason why it changed, I heard from people on this side, not necessarily Republican, and I heard some people on this side, not necessarily Democrat, but I just heard from people they said, listen, you got to get back to the essence. You got to get back to what's good for all children. This is good for all children. The data speaks for itself. I mean, I can quote you more data. You think he got numbers? I can got more numbers, but I don't want to bore you. I think everybody understands what we're trying to do here and how this piece of legislation uplifts all our children.
No more questions. I'll be supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comment? Now, procedural. I'm gonna let my co-chair because I think we didn't get a second.
So we have a motion.
So move.
SB 221, not concerning aspiring educators, JFS to the floor, LCO 335, motion made by Senator McCrory and seconded by Senator Berthel. Senator Berthel.
Without objection, I'd move that we place this on the consent calendar.
Is there any objection to placing this item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please place this on the consent calendar. Next, we have SB 308, an act requiring boards of education to post curriculum online. JF to the floor. Can I have a motion? Seconded?
So move.
Seconded.
Second, thank you.
Moved by Representative Gucker, seconded by Senator Berthel. Any discussion? Representative Wieland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I think I understand the intent behind the bill and trying to make sure that our communication with our districts is very clear, I do have concerns about what kind of ask we would be putting on our boards of ed in terms of doing all of this and creating that mandate. So thank you very much. Just want to share my concerns.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Menapes?
Just to reiterate something that Rep. Wieland said, we already added in last year to be able to include the scope and sequence, which is a little bit more work, but to be honest, this feels very much like a bit of an unfunded mandate to ask our school districts to be able to do this.
Thank you, Representative. Does the proponent of the bill want to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of this came out of, this is something we've been working on for a few years. Part of this came out of a concern from one of the towns that I represent where there was evidence of an educator going outside of the scope of the curriculum. And it wasn't simply talking about, where they might be going for a spring break or what their favorite food was. It was topics that were completely not related and in any way, shape, or form to the curriculum that was expected in the actual example was a sixth grade mathematics classroom. So there was a concern, and I appreciate the fact that we passed a bill last year that requires some of the information to be placed online. But I think that transparency and not requiring a parent, and in this case, in this particular town, this parent was told prior to any of the laws that we passed that they had to FOI the information, even though the existing law said that that curriculum was available upon request via the central office and they could print it out and what have you or provide it. So I think that this is a bill that really speaks to us being transparent with respect to what is going on in our school systems across Connecticut. It is not meant to put any kind of arduous burden on our schools. Most of our schools are already doing this, is what I have been told in some feedback. Most of our schools are using platforms like Power School as one example, where they are providing lots and lots of data online. So again, I think in the interest of transparency and making things accessible for parents and other concerned citizens about what is being taught in our schools, it is an easy ask. And I don't know that it's as big of an unfunded mandate as we think it might be. I'm not sure that it's really an unfunded mandate at all. We're asking them simply to take what they're probably doing already, which would be more expensive to print copies of curriculum and hand them out, and just make it available online. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A roll call, a motion,
Could it go on consent?
Are-
I'll move that we place it on consent without objection.
Any objections to placing this item on the consent calendar?
Wait, hold on. Not consentable. Sorry, Madam Chair.
No problem. We're very flexible here.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
a motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, agenda item 4, Senate Bill 308, an act requiring boards of education to post curriculum online. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Bertel,
Yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno,
Arceno, yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Polinsky in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria,
Yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Rep. Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Daphne is a no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Poncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gacard Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
No.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapes,
No.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Negative.
Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart, Representative Wheelander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, just a reminder, we'll be holding votes open till 3. Next on the agenda, item number 5, Senate Bill 310, an act concerning vocational education and workforce development. JFS to the floor, LCO 3035. Could I have a motion?
So move.
Second? What's that? Oh, thank you. Moved by Senator McCrory and seconded by Representative Jenga. So this bill in our S language remove some sections, and what remains is the sorry, 1 second. Yep. So is just one section remaining on the establishment of a pilot program within our technical education career system to become a certified wastewater treatment facility operator. Any conversation? Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. So it creates a pilot program. Is there a school already chosen to do the pilot program?
Not laid out in this bill.
So if the executive director creates a pilot program, he or she must say they choose the school, or is it that the schools may come forward?
It's my hope that the proponent of the bill will continue to have those conversations with the technical high school to better understand what the technical high schools are currently doing and whether or not there's one who is interested in establishing this pilot program.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF substitute agenda item 5, Senate Bill 310, and act concerning vocational education and workforce development, LCO 3035. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arseno,
Representative, yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Linsky in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria is a yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey is a yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné is a no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gacard Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menepes,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith, yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Yes.
Representative Wielander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have Senate Bill 311, an act concerning disconnected youth, to JFS to appropriations, LCO 3295. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Felipe. So there's a few changes in this S language we have before us. Let me just walk through very quickly. There was a name change from P20Win to Data Link CT, so that change was made throughout. And then to clarify some ambiguity from the prior version, we're specifically referencing an existing data sharing agreement with a Hartford area nonprofit to partner with OPM in sharing additional data analyses for Hartford area nonprofits and Hartford Public Schools. And then in section 6, we received testimony and recognized there were a couple discrepancies in existing statute around out-of-school suspension. So this streamlines all of the appropriate and applicable out-of-school suspension. So preschool students cannot receive out-of-school suspensions. We made that change. Then raise the standard for all out-of-school suspensions for grades 3 through 12 to be the standard that such pupil is engaged in violent behavior or acts of sexual misconduct or was in possession of a weapon or controlled substance. And then again, clarified actually from what was passed in the ESER earlier, I guess actually technically last month now, that the standard for out-of-school suspension for students kindergarten to 2 is serious physical harm. If there's any questions on that, please feel free. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the school suspension, I'm trying to look quickly. I believe at one point there was something that said it took it from 50 days to 45 days for suspension.
Correct. But I don't believe that was S language.
Okay, so what happens after on the 46th day? Like,
then you come back to school. I guess then obviously you'll have to engage in some other type of plan and programming with that student if you're reaching that many days.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to make a comment. I appreciate section 7 and putting in other organizations and multi-organizations collaboratives, because I think it's important as we talk about disconnected youth or any of our youth, we don't know what they're going through. And it's so important for these groups to really get to know the students, and even, including like street outreach and home visits and family engagement, because I know when I look at some of these issues that children have and you peel back the onion, it's a lack of a family unit, and what that family unit is looks different from everybody. So I think it's so important if we're ever going to really make a difference and make a change in our students, and some of our students, we really have to get to the root of what is going on in their lives. So thank you. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to section 7, I echo some of the sentiments of my good colleague, Rep. Zepkis. It's important to acknowledge that some of our students are outside of school, and it might take some real work to get them back. So partnering with some of these workforce development organizations, these community-based organizations, is important because they're working with students who we may not otherwise find in schools. The goal is to get them back to school, but it may take some other work before we can get there. And so it's important to include them in the process here. And so I'm pleased with what we're doing in section 7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Representative Khan?
Thank you. So the first few sections that all speak to the data now called Data Link CT P21, can you talk about just what specifically is shared in terms of the data that's being shared between, and I know this specifies Hartford, but I think that this specifies Hartford for just changing it to annual, but I'd like to know what it is exactly that's being shared.
So I can't speak to the specifics of the existing data sharing agreement. My understanding is that across the state for all of our disconnected youth, OPM is already working across almost every agency. So SDE, DOL, corrections, to try to better understand our disconnected youth. Specifically with Hartford, there is an additional data sharing agreement with Hartford-based nonprofits in the Hartford Public Schools to share that data with this organization that's doing the analysis within OPM to then give them more output on the success of those nonprofit programs and how they are working. So I think that's the reason, because this is a existing data sharing agreement, that they're asking for those analyses annually. And they were supposed to be getting them annually, but they haven't been. And so that's why they've come to us to ask us to require them annually.
Okay. I think the concern here is really that I don't know what that data sharing agreement is. I know that the language in 145 to 151 says it's pursuant to the agreement. But I don't know what that agreement is, and I know it references specifically, or at least you mentioned, that there is data sharing agreement with Hartford Public Schools. That's not something that I, nor a lot of parents in Hartford are privy of, so I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this bill, but I think if there's anything else that could be said about what that agreement is to help ease some of those concerns, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Any other, Rep. Felipe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to express my support for the bill as a whole. Especially, we talk about the way that we change suspensions here in the state of Connecticut. I think it's really important. Earlier this year, we talked with the Black Student Union, and they came before us and they testified. But I also went to their press conference, and in that press conference, I actually got a lot of press because I said that I got suspended a lot. And it's true, but none of that was ever violent, right? It was more class clowns speaking out, maybe speaking too much. And those of you who are lucky enough to be on my housing committee may experience that sometimes, where we throw a little joke in there where some others may not. But I experienced in my 8th grade year a lot of times where I would do that very thing and get out of school suspensions early in the year, but they wanted me to graduate. I wasn't, failing and doing bad with my grades or my extracurriculars, but speak out a bit too much, get sent to the principal a bit too much, and they started sending me to in-school suspension on a consistent basis. And I say that because Mr. Golphin, who was the in-school suspension teacher at the time, played a big role in kind of getting me to be more serious about some of my studies when I was in his in-school suspension class. We would spend the first part of the class talking about his sneaker collection, talking about where he traveled for the summer, talking like human beings instead of, the authoritarian to subject. And then he would say, all right, we've done all that. Here's what we need to do to get you into your studies. He would relate it to the places that he would travel, the things that we would learn. And it really got me into developing myself. And I say that because I love what we're doing here. But I would encourage anybody locally, hire good in-school suspension teachers and use that knowledge, use who they are, to be able to kind of further the coursework that they'll be doing. Because I don't think that children shouldn't be getting in trouble for some of the things that they do. But if they're in school and they have a Mr. Golphin, it'll go a lot better for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Appreciate that. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I'm just still baffled by what a suspended student on the 46th day would happen to them. There's no explanation here. We're going to put a mandate on the schools that they can't be suspended any longer than 45 days, but there's no plan. Is that plan left to the local school to decide, or it just seems a little bit open-ended to me?
Whatever our districts were doing after day 50, they'll now have to start doing after day 45. So there's no change in what will have to happen from the district perspective when the students reach the maximum out-of-school suspension days. Maybe that means thereafter they have to be in school suspension. I can't speak for the variety of things that our districts are doing to support these kids. But the cutoff is an existing statute, and we've just reduced it from 50 days to 45.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, can you explain what the difference of the 5 days is, why we went to 50 to 45?
I think because it's good for kids to be in school.
Thank you.
Representative Howard, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you. My friend from Bridgeport, excuse me, outlines a similar experience that I had in high school, and certainly there were teachers that I connected with, and they weren't the ones that were the straight academic ones, because academics wasn't my thing. It was the teachers that cared what I did outside of the building, and some of those were the disciplinarian types. I too um, spent a fair amount of time in the assistant principal's office, and it was kind of goofy and disruptive. Um, but I'm not 16 anymore. Now I'm a state representative here enacting policy for 3.5 million people. And, while we look at this and say, we had one young lady testify, and I think it was on this bill, but this year, and say in her school, kids who are habitually absent get suspended. The punishment for not going to school is we tell you can't go to school. Something definitely seems backwards about that. I think that's an inappropriate suspension, in my opinion. And I think that, and I know from my work here in the last 5 years that there are young people in this state that get suspended from school for reasons that I don't think are appropriate, and they probably need to be in school. But Section 6 of this bill, in the LCO, the change starting in line 267 speaks to all the way up through high school. So we're talking about third through 12th grade here. And it says that kids can only be, after the hearing, they can be out of school suspension only if they engage in violent behavior or sexual misconduct, possession of weapon or drugs. That's all good policy. But there's no accounting in here, Madam Chair, for a student who is habitually disruptive to everybody else. And while and this is not specific to this bill, but I'm talking about it on this bill now, but in this building, when we seek to remedy things that happen to a small group of people, and certainly there was a group of students that came and showed us how they were suspended inappropriately. We can't do it to the detriment of everybody else all the time either. And if you have a student here, perhaps like I was in high school, where you could send me to ISS, but I'm going to walk out of ISS. I'm going to walk down the hallway and make noise and get as much attention as I can because I like getting attention. But that's to the disruptive detriment of every other kid that's sitting there trying to learn. And I think I would feel a lot more comfortable about this bill if somewhere in line 268 or 269, we had some language to the extent they are habitually disruptive to the learning environment. And I could run that as amendment. It'll fail, waste everybody's time. So I'm not going to do it. But I'm going to vote no on this bill, and I hope that my colleagues and I can continue to work out so that the districts who have a pupil or two who are consistently disruptive despite their best attempts, that they can make hopefully a good decision for that student, but also for every other student in the class and in the school. And I think that that's important. And I think that those kids that are doing it right every day are getting ignored here. And perhaps ignored is too much, but are not being properly considered. So for that reason, I'm gonna be no on the bill today, and I hope that that I could work after the committee to get something in there to give districts a little bit of leeway when we have students like that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Happy to continue to have that conversation with you. Senator McCrory, did you want to speak? Oh, Representative Khan?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak to the suspension piece. So this portion of the bill, I do very much support. I think some of the comments and just in terms of for students that have often, or students that may be causing disruption, technically would not be allowed to be suspended as per this language. However, what I will say is that, having been a teacher that has had sometimes students that cause disruption, oftentimes if you want to be sent home, that is something that students will do to be sent home. I just have to disrupt the class, so now I don't have to come to school anymore. So it actually rewards their behavior and has not resulted in us having less disruptive behavior. But I do think that it's important to still have policy on addressing that. And I think some schools do have more proactive measures to address that are not suspension. That's not mentioned here. It is something that can be mentioned if it's something that we would like to see. But I did want to just add that there are other proactive measures that districts are already doing and can do to ensure that students are not being disruptive to the class environment, that they are more engaged, but they can still be kept in the school building. So I do really like this portion. I think it's important to keep our students in school. Obviously, for safety purposes, we still have schools will still have that option. But outside of those, I think this piece of legislation is good to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wieland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the data portion of the bill. And I just wanted to confirm that any data that is collected is being de-identified.
That's correct.
And so if the contract renews, that would continue. So the privacy of the students and the families, and just like every other sort of data piece that we collect, their privacy would still be protected.
Yes, absolutely. FERPA still applies.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blinsky? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Reddington Hughes. See him too.
That's okay. Well, through you, Madam Chair. I just have a question on the data as well, and I just wanted to know, with the company that this is going through, have there ever been any data breaches?
Not to my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blinsky, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at this bill and its intention is good, but it's another one-size-fits-all thing that very frankly doesn't apply to schools or children whose parents teach them discipline, and they don't become a problem. As a matter of fact, when a student acts out, we no longer send them to the principal's office. Instead, we send the other 29 kids out into some other space. I just have always thought that that's ridiculous. And then this question came to my mind. How many disconnected youth do we have that are currently in homeschooling? Hypothetical, you don't have to answer that. I think it's none.
We wouldn't
but
know. We don't.
We're trying to shut down homeschooling. So just my comment.
Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
Chair.
Senator Berthel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just well, first of all, I've enjoyed listening to the dialogue today. I think there's a lot of good thoughts on both sides of the aisle here for supporting this. I'd just like to confirm this is a JFS2 appropriations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm struggling a little bit. I think I'd like to wait to see what the cost of doing this would be, and then see if we have to make some adjustments to what we're actually proposing here. Again, I'm hearing both sides of the argument. I fully acknowledge that there is an issue that we need to address, but I look at all that what we spend on education every year, and the strides we've made to improving things in Connecticut. I'm just a little bit leery. Maybe it's the fiscal conservative in me on this. So I think I'm gonna vote no today with a flag for the fiscal note going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And just to clarify, only Section 7, is my understanding, has any fiscal note, and it is within available appropriations.
Thank you.
Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, earlier I asked the question about going from 50 days to 45 days, and I think the response was, well, we want them to be in school. And I think I kind of go back to what the good representative said earlier about discipline, and we're not solving the problem. You're only saying that this child that's been suspended over and over again, you're going to stop suspension and you want them to be in school, but we're not addressing the problem. And as far as I can tell, and I hear from teachers all the time, and I think the good representative here earlier spoke to it, when a child misbehaves or is disruptive in the classroom, the whole classroom gets removed and the child stays in the room. We're totally off the mark here. Now we're going to tell teachers in the schools that, oh, you can only do it for 45 days. You can't do it for 50. Oh, well, what do we do after the 45th day? Oh, well, we want you to keep them in school. I just don't see this I just don't understand what we're trying to do here. We need to address the issue and we need to give teachers the tools in the toolbox, not keep taking them away. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And while we don't solve every issue in this one bill, I'll just remind my colleagues, 2 years ago, I believe this committee passed a pretty robust reforms around school climate so that we could train every educator and administrator in our schools, give them more tools for restorative practices to address the root causes of why our kids are having so many challenges and how to best address those challenges so that we can keep our kids in school and help them learn. Senator McCrory.
I just want to, this is good dialogue. I'm hearing great things from everyone here in regards to this legislation. You talk about school climate. Yes, we passed legislation a couple years ago to try to address that. And we learned a lot during COVID. We learned a lot because we learned that a lot of children have been traumatized. They've been traumatized before COVID, and it really showed itself during COVID and after. I'll say, as you know, I always talk about my years experience in public schools, being an educator. When you see a child being suspended 50 days, that speaks to a deeper issue. And there's something else that's going on in that child's life for that child to be out of school for 50 days. 50 days is 1/4 of the school year. And I'll tell you, if that child been spending 50 days, they probably could have been suspended 50 more. And I'll say this, like I said, it's deeper issues there, and maybe what we could do and should do is require that there be a meeting held with that child, with that family, and somebody who's in that child's life can help turn that child's life around, because that's what needs to happen. Because if we don't do that, there was someone made a comment about how much it costs, or how much what's the cost if we don't do it? What do you think the cost is going to be if we don't look at the fact that these children are having major issues all over the state of Connecticut? If we look at how many disconnected youth out there, well, the disconnection usually starts in the school. And it really starts at a very, very, very early age when you see kids being suspended in 1st and 2nd grade. That's why we passed legislation to stop the suspension, but put the supports in place for the families and the children, and maybe in that community where these children are coming from. This is not something new. This is not something new. That's why we have this concept called the school to prison pipeline. This is real. This is reality. And if we don't fix the pipeline at a very early age, the costs continue to rise. You know what happens to that kid that's been submitted 3 times in 2nd and 3rd grade? That kid becomes labeled special needs, special education. You know what? And you know what happens then? Like I always tell you, it's easy to get in, it's very hard to get out. And the cost continues to rise for every last one of you, every last district. Your cost continues to rise. It rises and rises and rises. And it rises around special education. It rises when it comes to needs. So I'll just say, you know, this is a good start. It's a build on what we started prior to COVID, what we realized during COVID, and it sends a message to us as policymakers. It's not just on this committee, but on Children's Committee, on Appropriations Committee. How do we invest into these children who usually become teenagers and will become adults if we don't provide them the skill sets they need to function effectively in our society, in our economy? Because it's going to cost us one way or the other. And this message has been going on for years. We know what it costs to incarcerate one of these children. Look at the incarceration rate. Look at the reading levels of the people who are incarcerated. There's a direct connect the dots, folks. It's easy to connect the dots. So I would say, you know, this is a very good start, but all it is a start. But it speaks to a larger conversation we need to have. If I can take that kid out who's been out of school, and like I'll piggyback off of what somebody said. Many times kids are looking to be suspended because they don't want to go in that building. That building isn't working for them. They're letting you know there's no connection between me and that building that I go into every single day. And maybe need to find ways that we can homeschool these children. Okay? Maybe these are kids that need some special type of education that need to be homeschooled and not in a traditional way. So I just want people to put that out there and think about that as we move forward with this piece of legislation. Representative Polis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just add a little perspective here. So I've taught for 26 years. I've been in hundreds of schools in my capacity as a classroom teacher, as a teacher leader in residence working for the State Department of Education, as a State Teacher of the Year, as a inductee to the National Teacher Hall of Fame. And I've talked to lots of students. I've talked to lots of parents. I've talked to lots of educators. Now, if we suspend someone for 5 more days, I mean, once you get the full 45, that student does not care, okay? If you throw them out of school for another 5 days, the student, they probably don't want to be in school. We need to have, and it's not just like you're putting a burden on teachers, okay? Because teachers don't suspend people, okay? Teachers are running their classrooms, and then if they report some sort of behavior, and then an administrative body makes that decision. We need, well before 45 days, we need to look at what kind of interventions that we could put in place, okay? The think tank of educators, and it's just to say like, oh, we'll just get rid of them for another 5 days. That's not going to change behaviors. We have to proactively go in and we have to think about what we can do to get the student back on track. And it's not boilerplate. It's not cookie cutter. All right. There's a brain trust in those schools of counselors, of teachers, of administrators trying to figure out the best path for all these different cases. It's like, I have a student right now, okay, who doesn't do his homework. And I give him a 0. Doesn't do his homework. This student has a failing average, okay? The more 0s I give to that student isn't going to change the behavior. All right, we have to go instead of that approach, we sit down with a group of teachers across disciplines with counselors and we say, what strategies, what interventions can we do to get this kid back on track? And so more is not necessarily better. And I think that it's not unreasonable in this bill to go to 45 days. Heck, I can't imagine a student being out of school for 45 days and we improving that student's situation by suspending them for another 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I believe Representative Comey online.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, are we talking about specifically like 45 days cumulatively, or are we talking about 45 days in a row?
Cumulative.
Cumulative. So they could be 5 days here, 5 days there, 10 days. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. Appreciate it.
I will also just remind my colleagues that in this language, it does specifically require districts to consider whether to convene a planning and placement team meeting for the purposes of conducting evaluation to determine whether such people may require special education or related services. We are trying to have a holistic approach to understanding what our students need when they're clearly struggling in our buildings. Any other questions? For the 3rd time, Rep. Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank the good senator for his comments about the behavioral issues that go on and on and on, whether it's bullying or whatever that is, and a parent decides to take their child out of public school because they're not succeeding. They don't want to be there. And I appreciated those comments. And I think it lends to the bill that we had for homeschooling. And I just wanted to make that comment that that bill requires parents to come to the very institution that they hated and didn't want to be at. But thank you, Senator.
Seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to appropriation. Senate Bill 311, and Act concerning disconnected youth. LCO 3295. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Berthel is a no with a flag for appropriations.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno,
Absent, yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Walensky's a no.
Representative Candelaria,
Gonzalez.
Representative Carney, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey is a yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes no.
Representative Dauphiné,
Dauphiné votes no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace, Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
No.
Representative Wiellander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, but you skipped me, Romano. I'm a no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Senator
May I take a
Berthel?
point of personal privilege, if I may. Thank
You
you.
may.
Madam Chair, I think it's important to note for the record that today is the birthday of the Senate Chair, and he is turning 60 today. I'm embarrassing him right straight up, but I think if we could just take a moment to wish him a very happy birthday and thank him for his work on the committee. Thank you, Greg. You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Even if only by 1 year. All right.
Thank you, Senator. Happy birthday, Senator McCrory.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are grateful you're sharing it with us.
Feel like that.
Next, we have item number 7, Senate Bill 312, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes. It is a JFS to appropriations, LCO number 3318. Do I have a motion?
So move.
And second? Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. And the S language here removes several sections. What remains are section 1 and 2 on the American Sign Language expansion, and section 3 is about
Section 2.
2 is also about the American Sign Language. Yep, and section 3 is addressing a subsidy for our teacher retirement board. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I appreciate the S language and you going through it, but for people maybe out there that are listening, they really don't know what the bill is. So would you just please talk about what the bill actually does? Thank you.
Sure. So sections 1 creates a working group on American Sign Language to expand the pipeline of interpreters and people fluent in ASL. They're going to discuss the curriculum for offering it as one of the foreign languages in our schools, the teacher certification standards for ASL educators, several other provisions for that working group. And then they will share their recommendations with us. That's section 2. Section 3 is recognizing that there is a small subset of retired teachers who are disabled and got left out of a subsidy. And so we're just addressing that subsidy for this small subset of retired teachers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And do you know what the cost is for that subgroup of retired teachers?
This is not an official estimate from OFA, but the proponents believe it's around 136,000 and will naturally sort of phase out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Representative Poulos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just speak to the ASL piece in this bill. I've worked closely with the deaf, blind, hard of hearing population over the last few sessions. In 2024, we created a bureau for the deaf, blind, hard of hearing, and it was funded in that year. And then last year, they passed legislation on creating interpretation standards. Okay, what they have determined, this bureau, is that they do not have enough interpreters to meet the needs of our deaf, blind, and hard of hearing population. In this bill, this is not, there's no fiscal note attached to this piece. It's a study group to figure out how to increase the pipeline, as the good chairwoman said, of people that are interpreters. And they would do this through creating programs in schools where people would take ASL as a foreign language, world language. And so this is a proactive step. This study group is a proactive step to continue the good work that this bureau, that this population of people, the bureau is set out to do. And I do think that it shows that in creating that bureau for the deaf, blind, hard of hearing, they are taking their job very seriously, and they're taking the proper steps to make sure that they're able to provide services for that population of Connecticut residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you for your work with this population. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Section 2, could you elaborate a little bit on that? It sounds like this is a shall, which is a must, for this behavior management course. And I wondered what exactly that entailed. It sounds like the child does not have that, they won't get the credit to graduate. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
I believe that was the underlying bill, and that section's been struck in the S language. No,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
no problem. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to appropriation agenda item 7, Senate Bill 312, and not concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes, LCO 331A. Senator McCory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arseno, Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Belinsky's a yes.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey is a yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo, Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
Yes.
Representative Howard, Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan, Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Menepace, Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulis.
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Yes.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next, we have House Bill 5035, an act requiring school districts to ban cellular phones in the classroom. JF to the floor. Can I have a motion?
So move.
Second? Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Jenga. Any questions or discussion? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, I have questions, but could you please explain this bill?
Happy to. In this bill, we're defining wireless communication device, school day, access, and then establishing that wireless communication devices shall be inaccessible to students through the school day. Exceptions are made for students with an IEP, a 504, or a health plan. Also, it's saying that the school shall not allow its internet to be used for social media access, except when such social media platform may be permitted with instructional purposes, and then charges the boards of education to develop policies and procedures for the implementation of these provisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, is this a bell-to-bell band?
Yes.
And who has come forward saying that this is a problem?
I believe many parents and educators. I've heard from several Board of Ed members, superintendents.
Thank you for that. Interesting, I have not. Actually, in talking to my district and other districts, they all have a policy in place right now, and it seems to be working fine. Because it's enforced. And as we heard, there was a superintendent that came and testified in favor of this bill. And he said he went into a classroom and kids were walking up saying, "Hey, Mr. Zupkis, you know, I see you on Facebook," but he didn't even take the phone from them. And they have a policy. So how will this be enforced?
That will be up to each district to write their local plan for enforcement.
And what will happen if they don't enforce it? Because obviously this gentleman was not enforcing it now with the policy they have. What is the difference?
So the Board of Ed will create all of those policies and procedures for enforcement, and then also what happens with noncompliance.
So is the State Department of Education going to be watching the schools, going into the schools to see if their policies exist? Again, I just don't understand. If enforcement is enforcement, no matter what the policy is. So if they're not enforcing it now, I don't know how this piece of legislation is going to have them enforce it.
There's no provision in here for SDE weighing in on whether or not a district is enforcing the policy. I guess we heard even from those districts with a policy, they believed this would be a helpful tool for them.
I'll have to, thank you. I'll relook at the testimony because I don't recall that. All I know is in talking to many school districts, what they have works. And for this body to, again, put forth a mandate. They're the ones that I talk to are not happy about it. So I will definitely be a no. I just think even with this other cell phone bill, we have two that are going to be before us, another one shortly. It comes to enforcement. And if you're not enforcing what you have, you're certainly not going to enforce this. And I worry about the teachers. It's going to come down on the teachers to do this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And our teachers' unions did submit testimony in support of these. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, there's nothing that, in law at least, now I'm not asking you to opine on, local district policies, but currently there's nothing in law that prohibits a teacher from saying, I don't allow cell phones in my classroom. You have to put it in the shoe organizer. I don't want to see them. There's nothing that prohibits a teacher from doing that today. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And there's nothing that prohibits any school district or individual school from enacting their own bell-to-bell policy. That's right too, right?
Correct.
So I guess, look, this is not, I'm going to vote no on the bill, and it's probably because, well, it is because I struggle with it conceptually. I think that the kids are too addicted to their cell phones. I have two kids in high school, both of whom have cell phones. But when the parents who say that the cell phones need to be banned in school, I mean, it's pretty simple. If I don't want my kids having their cell phone in school, they don't have it. That's it. I take it. Or I pick mine up and shut theirs off. It's not that hard. If my kids' grades get below a certain point, all of their apps get shut off. That's one of their punishments. You want your apps? Get your grades up. It's not hard. I don't, when our parents testify and say, I don't want my child to have their cell phone in school during the day, so I need a law so I can tell them they can't have it. There is no legislature at my house. They don't have a representative form of government. They're teenagers. They do what my wife and I tell them. That's it. I don't need to come here and say, hey, can you pass a law so that Nathan has to get up on time to go to school so that I can get him up? No. I go in there and I get him up. And if he doesn't get up, he gets sprayed with cold water until he gets up. This is not difficult stuff. I just don't think that we need to be here. I'm being a little facetious, but I'm in the mix of this. I have two teenage sons. I don't need this legislature telling me what I should do with them. I don't need this legislature telling my school districts what we should do. That's why we elect boards of education. That's why we hire superintendents. That's why we have phenomenal teachers who are educated in these things and can control their classroom. And that's why we need to give schools the tools to control their classrooms. Ex facto a couple of bills ago. So I appreciate and I know this was a legislation put forward by the governor. I appreciate the intent of the legislation. I do think our kids are too addicted to cell phones. I think it's an issue. I think it's an issue that parents need to work through and overcome as families. I think it's an issue that individual schools and school districts need to overcome as they see fit where they're having problems. But a one-size-fits-all, all-out ban from the legislature, I just don't think is appropriate today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Worthington Hughes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to know, I know that, the school districts and the boards of education, have some leeway on what they can do with this. Are there any schools that totally just ban cell phones? I mean, all we're talking about here and going back and forth is how this is going to be implemented. But I think that when you're looking at saying, look, you just can't bring the phone to school, then you don't have the policing end of it. So I'm just curious as to whether or not that was ever something that they brought up.
It has not been, I'll share. I worked in a building in New York City that had 3 co-located high schools, and that was the provision there in 2011. No phones in the school whatsoever.
Yeah.
I would love that. This was a compromise.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dauphiné and then Representative Zepkis, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple of comments, and I so reiterate Representative Howard's statements with regard to There's nothing stopping any school in this state, not one, from making a cell phone policy. And they all have different policies that work from town to town. This state is large and in charge, and the party in charge is large and in charge and continues to try to dictate to every town in this state what they can and can't do. And I just think it's really disgraceful what we're doing. Not that I'm for or against this bill per se, but I think towns need to make their own decisions on what's good for their school and what they come to agree upon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zepkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I just, two kind of comments. My first, well, comment and a question. I do not like cell phones. And as Representative Howard, I have rules in my house. And if my kids don't comply, there are consequences, period, end of story, from day one. So the second thing, my question is, I believe, and as a parent, I think we all try to do this, is model behavior. And so does this include teachers and administrators? And when everybody walks in, everybody puts their phones away, including teachers and administrators, through you.
This does not speak to that.
So a teacher could be in the classroom on her phone or his phone looking up whatever it is, maybe Facebook, maybe something important. But teachers can have their phones, but students cannot, correct?
This doesn't prohibit local boards of ed from having a provision related to educators and staff, but it is not contemplated in this language.
Well, I would hope that maybe we do an amendment or something to, I think if it's no phones, it's no phones for all. Thank you.
Representative Brown and then Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ultimately, I want to support this because I do believe that cell phones are prohibitive to students being able to give their full attention to their learning. And I want to be on the right side of history in that. With that said, in my experience as a classroom teacher, working in a school that piloted one of these types of policies, we used yonder pouches 4 years ago before we were talking about it in the news. And it worked for a little while, but it was only as good as the enforcement mechanism being used. And so for me, I worry for a couple of reasons. One, the logistical end of policing this. It works well when you can stop every kid at the door. But when you have high schools across the state that vary in size from 400 to 3,000, logistically, I have concerns about that. And logistically, the burden that it places on a classroom teacher to enforce, having had to do it, and having had to make the decision of whether or not to argue with a student to their detriment, to the detriment of the other students in the classroom, how much time is being wasted of instructional time in doing so. The other thing that I have concerns and worry about, and given our conversation today about suspension rates, this becomes a compliance issue. And if we're to do this, I think we need to be very intentional and look very carefully at the data around student suspensions and the issue of compliance. This begs more arguments between students and teachers, for good or for bad or for worse. Will that result in more disciplinary actions against students, in particular students of color, and particularly in certain cities or towns across the state? So again, while I ultimately intend to support this piece of legislation, I want those concerns to be on the record and hope that we would be willing to address them should those things arise down the road, address them in a positive way. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence, and I look forward to voting.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On January 22nd of this year, at 7:30 in the morning, I attended Cape Area 5's legislator breakfast. I specifically had asked collectively around the room, not just in Newtown schools, but in, Reading schools and New Milford. It was a regional thing. And I said, if we were to rule or require a cell phone policy in this coming year, what would you like to see it look like? And it was amazing because they sort of coalesced around one another and they said, if you're going to mandate something, mandate that we have a policy, because all of our school districts already do have a policy and we know how to work it. And we don't need to interpret a nebulous ban as opposed to just allowing our Board of Education to sit on this and make sure that the policy that we have is working. Representative Brown's point about what do you do about enforcement if something goes beyond the guardrails is really a problem that I hadn't thought about, but it gives me pause and it lets me come back to the point that if we're going to mandate something, let's mandate that there be a policy and then do what we can to support the school systems in doing their own things, other than just using the one-size-fits-all model. It's just we have great schools in Connecticut. Why don't we let them be their own self-determinants? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself in a similar spot as some of my other colleagues with regard to this legislation. I've always been kind of the belief that less government is better, and that we should not be pushing down this type of policy necessarily from under the gold dome. But Madam Chair, through you, I do have a question. I think it's just more of a confirmation. Does the SDE currently have a model policy for banning cell phones?
They had a model policy. It was not specifically about banning cell phones.
Okay, so it encompassed more than cell phone bans. It was like bring your own device kind of bans?
It was several different approaches and it differed by grade ranges. So for example, elementary schools, it was a ban. Middle school, I think it was a recommended ban, and then some alternatives. And high school was, I believe, a ban. And then also again, keep it in your locker, that sort of thing.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself struggling with the notion that the fact that we all across Connecticut, we hire very talented and at good salaries superintendents that are charged with running the school system that they are hired into. We have principals that are also hired to maintain order and be the CEO of the school that they're in. And then we have elected and appointed boards of education who are ultimately responsible for helping to guide not only policy decisions, but are the fiduciary agents for the school district based on statute. So I'm struggling with whether or not we should be saying to all of these experts, elected people in our towns and people who have been hired by that same elected or appointed Board of Ed to administer the delivery of education, which would include policies like this that, to me, in my personal way of thinking, should be left for a local decision, because what happens in a school in Watertown, which is my hometown, versus what may happen in a town in Region 15, which is Southbury and Middlebury, may be very different. And there may be a different way of approaching discipline. There may be a different way of handling untoward behavior. And I certainly appreciate the comments from my colleagues who are currently educators and former educators as to the disruption that phones cause in the classroom. But again, I think it's incumbent upon us to allow the local experts to make these decisions based on their unique situation and not to push this down from here in Hartford. So I'm going to be a no on this today, and I'll also be a no on 5149, I think, which is the governor's version essentially of the same bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put this on the record. I've spoken to many parents. I've spoken to a couple boards of eds, and many teachers, and it's been a consistent, we really need that support in classrooms. And I believe that they feel that with a statewide, law implemented into place, it really will make it easier for them to create a classroom space where young people can learn. To be really honest with you, phones are a huge, huge issue in the classroom. They are a huge issue in the classroom. And this has given me the opportunity to talk to parents of my students who, agree with their children's phones being put away, especially during classroom instruction. Secondly, I want to say that the system in which we have in place at my school is if I have a phone, my cell phone, and I am using that cell phone, I am typically not using it in front of my students because I want to be I want a role model, number one. And number two, if I am using my phone, which I make clear to all of my students, it is a super emergency. And in conjunction with that, when I have breaks, I have an app that allows me to communicate with my students' parents. And their voice and creating a curriculum for their kids is really important to me. So that is most of the time when I have my phone in classroom as a teacher, which I think mirrors a lot of teachers in my school. Rep Brown raised a lot of great concerns around the logistics of what takes place in the classroom. And what this tells me is that teachers have to be engaged in the dialogue around this policy, because the transitional time from when a student gets into the classroom to when they're in their seats, to when they're learning, to when materials and things are passed out to them can take up the entire 45 minutes if not structured properly. And so I will vote this out of committee today, but rest assured that I will be a part of conversation around this, especially if we're going to talk about the logistics of how a student will place their items, their phones in the pouches, and if it will then impact them if they say no, right? Which sometimes kids refuse. Will it increase school suspension? So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple months ago, or about a month ago, we sat upstairs with about 200 teachers. And I will tell you, we didn't ask those teachers what their political affiliations. We asked them what their concerns were. And many of them said the same thing. They were concerned about what's happening with the phones in the schools and how it was a problem for them, even when they tried to reel it in. Sometimes trying to put in that discipline takes up most of the time in their classroom to try to get it done. The other thing that's not being talked about here that we heard as a problem was the bullying that may happen with the school, with what's going on with the phones in the schools. How problems start happening and the students are texting and talking to each other behind the scenes. And before a teacher can get a handle on it, it's gotten out of control. Now, I know, like every other bill that we discuss here, they are a work in progress. And this work, like every other one, needs some more work. But I believe it is worthy of a conversation. I believe it is worthy bringing it forward to have that conversation. And maybe we take some of the other representatives' opinions here today and expand that out and talk furthermore with the teachers, with the parents and others to make sure that we get what will work. And who knows, maybe we don't come to a compromise or don't come to an answer and we just don't vote on it. But at this particular time, I believe the conversation is worthy of going forward. And lastly, if we're going to talk about laws not being enforced, we could be here all year talking about laws that get passed in this state that are never enforced. In fact, anybody can get an I-84 and drive up here and they can watch it all day long on the way up. So I don't think that's a basis of why we shouldn't act. I think it's a basis of why we need to at least have the conversation. So I will be supporting it at this particular time to get it out of committee.
We'll see what the final bill looks like when it comes to the House floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Romano online.
Hi, thank you for acknowledging me. I figured I would speak. I'm actually in support of this as a Republican here today. I know some of my colleagues are not. I figured I would explain a little on why I am in support of it as of right now. Some of you might know, I know I'm a newbie here. I was on the Board of Ed for many years, including chairman. And when the bill was passed to actually create a policy, just to actually have the policy a few years ago, we met with our SROs, we met with our school safety and security teams. We discussed those conversations. If we had a full band, what would it look like for safety, making sure all the students would be safe. We discussed what it would look like in the classrooms, the cost of the Yonder pouches. We did a lot of research for many, many months. Watching what happens to these kids with these cell phones and what it has become being sitting on the Board of Ed is atrocious. You know, they're doing, like the other representative just mentioned, the bullying, the drugs. What they're doing is just out of control. We have students going into the bathroom, taking pictures of students using the bathroom and then posting them online, social media. They'll have fake accounts so you can't even find out who they are. The SROs are overwhelmed. The teachers are overwhelmed. So while we all don't like regulations, and I definitely don't either, less is more. But for me, this is a huge mental health bill for me. That's the way that I look at it. And I think there's already 38 states roughly that have passed this type of bipartisan legislation laws across the United States. And I think that everybody needs to see that. Like people across the aisles, it doesn't matter Republican or Democrat, are coming together on this. So for me, again, I think of this as mental health. I watched those students. I expelled those students. I watched them cry. I cried with them. And if we could just help them I mean, maybe the drug deals still go on, but guess what? We could at least say you're going to have to make that drug deal before 7:05 a.m. But the minute you step in that school, the phones are put away. And I also think, lastly, that what we're forgetting is that we've all become helicopter parents, me included. I have 3 kids, and one of my children is on the spectrum. So what I learned from him is that he needs a plan in place, right? He needs to learn that when he needs help, he goes and sees a nurse or a counselor. And I think that's what we've all gotten away from, is that all of these kids just call their parents during the day and they say, my own kid, not that one, another child that was just graduated, he's a senior, he would text me every day, Mom, I need help. I need this, get me out of school. And I would say, go to the nurse. Go to your counselor. Like, stop calling me, stop texting me. So even though we say like, oh, it's just so easy, tell your kids to stop, they don't stop. I've tried. And you know what? They're becoming a crutch on us. We're allowing that as parents as well, to allow them to just contact us instead of going to the administrators and people that are there to help them in the school. These kids need to be able to have relationships with their teacher. You have a problem, go to the teacher. You have a problem, go to the nurse. You have a problem, go to the counselor. And they're not. They're calling their parents. And I think that is what we're also forgetting on the mental health side, on how this bill will help that. These kids need to know that when they graduate and they go off to college, Mom and Dad aren't there to help them anymore. Of course we are. We're still there to help them. But they need to learn how to communicate. And that is a part of the educational process. And by them constantly on their phones, they're not learning that. So again, to me, I support this as well as the other bill right now. I would like to see, of course, the final wording. But again, this is a mental health piece for me. And I hope that everyone in this room could also see that side. And again, look at what the other states are passing across the board, Republicans and Democrats together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. And I appreciate that reminder. Actually, Connecticut's quite behind on this front, and really actually red states have been taking the lead on this issue as a matter of student safety and well-being. So I appreciate that. Representative Jenga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for interpretation. The bill refers to a school day in its policy. Does that exclude after-school activities so that a student would have access to could have access to a cell phone?
Yes, it excludes after school.
Good bill out of pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to this is a great conversation. I especially want to thank Representative Brown for his honest, authentic comments. In the 1980s at Southington High School, smoking in the bathrooms was an issue, okay? And Southington High School's solution to that was to create a smoking area at the school, okay? And smoking caused damage to students. They thought this was a solution, a local policy. And in the end, they decided, I think all schools in Connecticut decided that they shouldn't have smoking in public schools, not even in the teacher's room, okay? And so I will say that as a classroom teacher, and my school has a policy, cell phones are an issue. Last year when House Bill 7009 died, okay, my school leadership said, we're going to put a policy as if that bill passed. We're going to put a cell phone policy in place. And so at the very beginning of the school year, the principal came out. He said, look, here's the deal. We are going to have an instructional ban to cell phones. Like there's no cell phones during instructional time. Prior to that, it was up to the individual classroom teacher to make a decision about cell phones. Now, I don't know. I mean, my kids certainly aren't perfect. My students certainly aren't perfect. But if you have a student going into one class where the teacher says you can use your phone as much as you want, and then they go to the next class and you have a stricter teacher, that type of inconsistent enforcement, that kind of inconsistency doesn't work well with a teenage mind. And so we went in this year with this new policy, and I have to say, they messaged it well. They sent out letters to the parents before school. They had a series of enforcement consequences. And students in those first months of school were thanking teachers and administrators for the policy. As a teacher, I noticed an improvement in the fewer disruptions in class. You know, we talk about parent involvement and parents aren't at the school, okay? And Rep. Gucker talked about people driving, okay? I'm not in the car every time my kid is driving. And you know, I'd like to think they're doing the speed limit, okay? But like, there's no parents supervising their kid at school and their cell phone use. And on top of that, parents have a whole variety of ideas. Forget about a classroom teacher having a different policy from the classroom teacher next door. When you have the parents in my school of over 700 kids that have a vast variety of ideas about using a cell phone in school, what kind of message is that putting into this kid's head about how they should behave in the classroom? And I do think parents have a responsibility. I do think, you know, we do have to defer to parents and involve them as much as we can. But at the same time, like, school's got to operate. And so I'm not 100% on this bill. Like, I'm going to vote for this bill to move it forward. I think it needs more discussion, but I do think we have to figure out how to have this policy in schools with the local control of enforcement and discipline in schools, so that kids will be less distracted. I think a state law, and I'm a big local control guy, a state law would provide school districts more structure. And they just need a little bit more structure on this issue. Is it where it needs to be? No. I think we move it forward, and I think we have to have a conversation about how to get out some of the kinks. And I mean, people would say, like, even now in the halls, people say academic ban. In the halls, kids should be talking to kids. At lunch, people should be having conversations. They shouldn't build up all their notifications and then go out into the hall and just start going through them, or it's the lunchroom. So I'm going to support this today. And I do think we need to have some more conversation and work to make this a bipartisan bill, like Representative Romano discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wiellander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo my thoughts that I really, really appreciate this conversation. I have been pretty against this bill for the most part. It was something I thought we've got policies in place. I want to be able to get in touch with my kids in case there's an emergency, things change, all of that. But having listened to all of these conversations with my colleagues today, beforehand, during the public hearing, realizing that, you know what, in a situation where there is an emergency, the teachers are the best people to handle that the SROs, that are emergency personnel, are the best people to handle an emergency situation, not my 14-year-old, as much as I would love to be able to contact them in that moment. And I do still have concerns about enforcement. I do still have concerns about some of the privacy issues that I brought up in the public hearing on both this bill and the other phone bill, to make sure that we are not violating any type of FERPA agreements with a student needing a device for their own personal health situation. So, but that being said, we waited till 13 for our kids to get phones. And I can tell you the difference between when the day before they got them and the day after. By the time our third child came around, I was sad that it was their birthday because they changed as a person. It became, even with parameters that we set up in our house, even, changing the Wi-Fi, even turning things off and taking them away and bricking them, all of that stuff. These devices are having a huge impact on our kids. And I think this bill is a step in the right direction. So I've done a pretty big 180 on this, and I really appreciate the conversation, and I thank everyone for sharing that. And I look forward to being part of the continued discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blinsky for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the conversation that we're having here. And not to repeat what Representative Wiellander just said, but I was really against this whole hard mandate thing, totally against it. But starting with Representative Gucker and McGee and with other folks that actually know that we have a couple of edges that we could smooth out, maybe leave some discretion for the local school districts, which is where I'd like to see it be. I'm going to vote yes out of committee to continue the conversation. Hopefully, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Candelaria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to support this bill out of committee. I understand why we're doing this and where we're heading. As a father of a 13-year-old in New Haven Public Schools who constantly texts me, I understand why we need this bill, right? I think we're all parents here. We might be legislative, but we are parents as well. And we understand the challenges with passing this bill forward. My only concern is that every time there's a lockdown or something's happening at the school, I hear it from my daughter first. It takes a while before I get a notice from the school telling me that something is going on. That's my only concern with this bill. As a parent, I want to know what's going on in my daughter's school every time. And the only way for me to communicate is through her. I'm not seeing in this bill any provision that will instruct the schools to notify us as parents as soon as anything happens in the school system. That's my only concern with this bill. Do we need to do it? Yes, I get it. But I don't see how I, as a parent, am going to feel more comfortable knowing that my daughter's in school, that something happens in the school, and I'm going to get notified in a timely manner. And we've seen it not only here in Connecticut, we've seen it through all the school districts throughout the nation, where parents share the same concerns. So I will vote for this to get it out of committee, but I hope, as we always do with working legislation, that we do come back and we have a serious conversation about how we're going to hold the districts accountable to ensure that we are notified as parents. That I'm going to expect if I'm going to vote for this in the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Appreciate that point. I think that's everyone who had raised their hands. And I will just add, what I think I hear is everyone recognizes these devices are dangerous for our kids. I haven't heard anybody in any of the testimony we received to say that these are a value add for our children learning, building relationships, developing independence, for their mental health, for their academic performance. I haven't heard anybody making that case that these phones are additive to our young people. I think we also can see that the status quo is not working for them. And so we might not have exactly the right thing, but maybe it could be a step in the right direction for them, because these aren't just technology, they're addictive. And we don't say that it's okay for some of our schools to allow our children to smoke and some not, right? We had everybody, this is an addictive thing for our young people. And so that is true regardless of what district you live in. Also, part of what is particularly challenging for what we're trying to do is taking them away from kids who are already become addicted. So that is very, very challenging. But what we empower by doing this now is preventing the next generation of kids from having this same fate. And so I remain very open-minded to continuing conversations. Absolutely, parents are crucial. I think nearly all of us around this table are parents, and none of us probably care about anything more than our children. And if I had to guess, it's probably our children that led many of us to run for these seats and sit here today. So I just want to say thanks for the conversation. The work is ongoing. And if I don't have any other questions or comments, I'll ask our Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, agenda item 8, House Bill 5035, an act requiring school districts to ban cellular phones in the classroom. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
No.
Representative Subkis,
No.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno, Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yea to take it out of committee.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
No.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Jenga, Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan, Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano is a yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart.
Oh.
Representative Stewart, can you repeat that?
No.
Thank you. Representative Wielander,
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. For the interest of sort of continuity, I think we will skip number 9. We'll come back to it and go on to number 10, which was the second phone-free schools bill before our committee, HB 5149. The action is to JFS to the floor, LCO number 3293. Could I have a motion?
So move.
Seconded?
Second.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Menapace. This bill is very, very similar. The S language we have before us is to explicitly add the health plans as an exemption and also to strike the language that required inaccessible storage just to make it a little easier for our districts to comply. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mega dittos to my comments prior. It's the same on this bill. And I will just add, I don't believe that there's anything in this committee that is education for our students is not a partisan issue. So, but mega dittos.
I would align my comments with those of my House ranking as well. Ditto, 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 ditto.
All right, appreciated. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry to belabor this. Came to my attention after the previous one that I forgot to mention one other thing I feel strongly about, that if we're doing this in isolation and we don't down the road take a look at the other forms of educational technology which can be equally distracting to our students in the classroom, we're doing a disservice to our kids. And also this in isolation without going after the algorithms that hook our children who are going to have access to their phones outside of school time. Also, again, we'd be remiss. So if we're going to do this, we should also take a look at those things as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Couldn't agree with you more. And spoiler alert, if I'm fortunate enough to be back next session, I look forward to tackling ed tech. Any other questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing in this particular piece, I think it's clear. Section 2 talks about that the Board of Ed cannot use social media as an exclusive means. And I read the definition. I think a direct reading of the definition could include things like Parent Square, but just for the record, that is not meant to include any, parent to school communication platforms, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF substitute agenda item 10, House Bill 5149, and act concerning phone-free schools, LCO 3293. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Bertel,
No.
Representative Subkis,
No.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno, Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Alinsky's a no.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria is a yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
No.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné's a no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gacard Wilcox, Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee, Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes no.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now we're going to go back to item number 9, an act concerning schools. The action, 5148. Action is to JFS to the floor, LCO 3321. Do I have a motion?
So move. Second.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. I just also want to take a moment to say we are very rapidly approaching our 3 o'clock timeline for votes. So I just want everyone to know we will hold the votes open for an hour after our meeting concludes. Thanks. Thank you. This was originally a dummy, and after some further conversation, we have put in here a study that actually this committee passed back in 2024 to analyze the state's racial imbalance law. It had been brought to our attention that the law as currently written might actually be unconstitutional and also very challenging for districts to address. So we have asked SDE for their assistance in studying how the state could best move forward on this issue. And also in section 4, amend the implementation deadline from July 1st, 2030 to July 1st, 2028, at which time this committee will reconvene to discuss. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I don't have the S language in front of me, but was the language that is being put in here, the S language, did that have a public hearing?
This session, it did not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Corpus.
Thank you. Just really points of clarification. So the legislature passed a law in 24, and then essentially we put the brakes on it to determine whether it was constitutional or not, and we put the brakes on until 2030. Is that right?
Not exactly. Let me clarify. The committee passed in 2024 this exact same study. The State Department of Education said they did not have the in-house expertise to conduct a study of this nature, and they would need to contract out, and said it would cost about $250,000. For anyone who was here in 2024, we did not open the budget for budget adjustments that year. So all of the language associated with the cost was stripped, and the pause and implementation on the law remained. And so now we are putting the study back in to actually get that work done.
Thank you. So why are we moving? I just don't know the answers to these questions. Why are we moving the implementation back from 2030 to 2028?
This is a great question. We heard from some colleagues that had some concern about not actually having this conversation for 4 years. They'd rather that in 2 years we have this conversation. And it might be that it will need to be further delayed, or who knows what this study will recommend. And it makes sense to take up those recommendations in 2028 when we'll receive the findings of the study.
Okay, so does this mean that in 2028, what exactly gets implemented now in 2028? Is there anything definitive that's getting implemented, or is it just a point in time where we hear what the study discovered and make a decision then?
The enforcement of the existing racial imbalance law will go back into effect as of July 1st, 2028, until further action is taken by the legislature.
Okay, so okay, so is the only reason we pushed it out to 2030 the fact that the study was not yet done? Or did we as a legislature decide, wait a minute, this might not work? This law might not work the way we want it to work, and therefore let's postpone it until we can figure that out.
I think it was kicked out to 2030 with the understanding that it's very unlikely that our schools will be able to correct 100 years of redlining in 4 years. But I think the point has been well made that in 2 years is an appropriate amount of time for us to continue that conversation.
Thank you.
Representative Reddington Hughes?
Just a quick question through you, Madam Chair. You mentioned $250,000 cost. Was that what it was back then, or is that what it will be now, or has this even gone to appropriations?
Nope, it has to go through us before it can go to appropriations. That was an estimate in 2024 from SDE. Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I just wanted to say a couple of comments about the process. This was a dummy bill. It was a bill that had no language in it, and language was stuffed into this bill. None of you had an opportunity to come out and to submit testimony and speak about whether you liked it, you didn't like it, what should change, what might not should change. This building, by the party in charge, has been pushing things down your throat without the ability for you to come out and speak. I think it's wrong, and I'm a strong no. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor, House Bill 5148, and Act Concerning Schools, LCO 3321. Senator McCory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
No.
Representative Subkis,
No.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson, Representative Arceno, Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Walensky's a no.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
No.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné's a no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gacard Wilcox, Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yep. Yes.
Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano's a no.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Yeah, Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Stewart's a no.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Senator?
I would like to change my vote to a yes.
Madam Clerk, could you record Senator Berthel's vote to a yes? Thank you. Oh, Representative Johnson?
I'm voting yes. Thank you.
And Representative Stewart, did you have your vote recorded?
Believe so.
Great, thank you. All right, we're making progress. We're getting there. Next, we have item number 11, House Bill 5323, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes. The action is for a JFS to the floor, LCO 3262. Could I have a motion?
So move.
Seconded? Moved by Representative Candelaria, seconded by Representative Brown. All right, there are several components to this. The first sections are related to a disordered eating screener being offered by our school-based health centers and beginning in 6th grade rather than 9th grade. It was brought to our attention that often these eating habits actually start long before high school. And then a working group to be working on updated curriculum related to disordered eating. Section 4 is an audit for District 6 and Litchfield. Section 6 allows for parole officers to also serve as security services in public schools. Section 7 is the administrator mentor program. Section 8, S language, is to clarify that schools and districts cannot have a higher standard than the academic standard established by the CIAC for athletic participation. Section 9 is our art therapy pilot program. And I think that concludes the sections of this bill. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just because what you just said, I'm not sure that I have a question on. You had said that the schools cannot enact higher standards than the CAIC?
Correct.
Really?
We don't want kids being forced out of sports. Oftentimes sports participation is what keeps our kids coming to school and like hanging on. And so we don't want a district saying, actually, you need to have a B average or you can't participate in these activities. So we are saying the CIAC standard is the standard.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you to expand a little bit on the eating disorder part of the bill. And then I have one follow-up question about this CIAC with regard to their standards, particularly for that. Is that pertain to also boys playing a girls' sport? Can you expand on that, please?
Section 1 of the bill is related to our school-based health centers using a screening tool to help early identification for disordered eating behaviors. It also creates a task force to develop recommendations for early identification, awareness, and treatment of disordered eating behaviors. It just says who shall serve on that. And Section 3 establishes a holistic food education working group to develop a statewide food education roadmap and model school nutrition curriculum. As for CIAC, it does not weigh in on the gender of athletes. It specifically is related to the grade point average of athletes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so through you, it has nothing to do with boys and girls in sports. It's simply about their age requirements that they asked to meet.
Not age, grade.
I mean, excuse me, grade. I'm academic.
Correct.
Thank you. And then going back to the food disorder, so you're saying that this is expanding the current options that they have with regard to adding counseling and for that as well? Is that how I understand it?
So it's creating a screening tool for early identification for disordered eating behaviors. Eating disorders are unfortunately on the rise, and also the forms they're taking and how our kids are being influenced is really different than, for example, when I was a student. And so we are updating our screener. We're expanding it to 6th through 12th grade and updating our guidance and having a working group working on health curriculum for that instruction.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not a problem. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to call to, well, it's a House bill, so I guess your attention. If this bill were to move forward, Section 6, the expansion is something I support. If my colleagues support it, I'm happy to support it as well. I just want to note that there have been some issues in the last year where some school district hired retired police officers who retired while under investigation, which would prohibit them from going to another police department. There is some folks who feel that the legislature was not explicit about that. So there's a bill in public safety that explicitly requires that the retired police officer retired in good standing is also not prohibited from reemployment pursuant to 7291C. And that's sort of a legislative fix that we've been working on. So if this were to continue to the House floor with Section 6 in it, I hope we could just engage about that so we don't have conflicting bills and keep that loophole open. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Representative Howard. And also, it might be somewhat addressed in Raise Bill 5327, some of those. Not maybe totally, but we can make sure it all works.
Yeah, that's for teachers, 5327.
Not only educators, actually anybody in a school district that works with children and anybody who's contracted by a school district to work with kids in this. And we can talk about it when we get there.
Okay, yeah. All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
thanks, Representative. Any other questions on the bill before us? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to the floor. Agenda item 11, House Bill 5323, and not concerning various revisions to the education statutes, LCO 3262. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Representative Arceno,
Arsenio votes yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Lansky is a yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria is a yes.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Daphne votes yes.
Representative DeFranzo,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gacard Wilcox, Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
yes,
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have item number 12, House Bill 5324, an act concerning education mandate relief. Actions to JFS to the floor, LCO 3324. And I am more than happy to, no? Whoop.
That's 12. Is that?
JFS to the floor, LCO number 3366. Thank you. Aren't we lucky to have our LCOs?
Is that 12? Oh, I think that's considerable. Is that considerable?
Yes, I am happy to hand this over to the proponent of the bill to summarize.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. This mandate relief bill was, there was a council formed a couple of years ago and never met. And we all hear from our schools, mandates, too many mandates. And so this committee never met, this council. So I kind of took it upon myself and got the group together and met through the summer. And the gentleman from CIAC is the chair, and there's all groups on this committee. There's someone from CEA, CAPS, CABE. Everyone is at the table. And so they came up with, basically, they would like to review the mandates. So when mandates pass out of this building, they're the ones that deal with it all the time and know the complications or how smooth it works or whatever it may be. So in this bill, all new mandates from this session going forward will be reviewed by that council. And each year they will take 10 previous mandates and look at how they're working or not working. And so they will start as soon as this bill passes and session is over. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions or concerns? Representative Corpus.
I just wanted to speak in support of this bill. I think it's really healthy for us to review what we do and see if we can make it better. It's not punitive. It's not pointing fingers. It's just making sure we're acting in the most efficient way we can. And companies do this, people do this, families do this. I think it's really healthy for us to do this too. I support it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zepkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot one piece is once they review it, then they will submit it to this committee and their recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your work on this, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Menapace.
Through you, Madam Chair, just for a question for the proponent, is the intention for this to find a way to, I suppose, bring back the committee to then fund these mandates or to get rid of them? Or is it just, yeah?
Through the proponent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. They are strictly looking at what has been placed on the schools. They're taking 10, unfunded or not funded. If it's working and they need more money, how do we get them more money? If it's not, whatever their suggestions are going to be, because again, they're the ones that really deal with what is placed on them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, may we put this on consent, please?
Is there any objection to putting this on consent? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please put House Bill 5324 LCO 3366 on the consent calendar. Next, we have item 13, House Bill 5326, an act increasing the rates for the Birth to 3 program, JFS to appropriations, LCO number 3292. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Welander. And let me make sure I have it up. The S language here is just clarification to make sure that we were pointing to the correct rate study that was conducted by the Department of Social Services and asking that the rates reflect what that rate study said they should. Any questions or concerns? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know the cost to this?
We will learn that after it goes to appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Welander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the committee for making this part of the discussion this year. It's such an important part of our educational system, but also just in general, such an important part of how we support our kids, especially from the very beginning. So thank you for making the time for that.
Thank you, Representative. I know as we've spent a lot of time talking about the costs of special education, ensuring that our youngest learners are getting the Birth to 3 services they need is very well spent prevention for further down the line. So thank you, everyone. Any other comments? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS to appropriation, House Bill 5326, an act increasing the rates for the Birth to 3 program, LCO 3292. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Representative Arceno,
Arsenio votes yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Koblinski's a yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria, yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphine,
Rep. Dauphine votes no.
Representative DeFranco, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Senator Gacker Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga, Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
Haynes is a yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapes,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Senator Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have item number 14, House Bill 5327, an act authorizing the disclosure of an open investigation of abuse or neglect or sexual misconduct in the hiring process of school employees. Act JFS to the floor, LCO 3363. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Senator Berthel. So this bill is to close sort of a loophole from when a school employee who is accused of abuse, neglect, or sexual misconduct toward a student from just quitting and applying for another job. It's saying that you have to disclose if there is still an open investigation. It also is clear that if all accusations are unsubstantiated, then you do not need to disclose that. Is there any questions or discussion? Yep. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that this bill is something that's much needed. I'm sure all of us have heard over the last couple of months that there've been some serious things happening in our schools with teachers and students. So I'm really thankful that we are doing something about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Madam Chair, I would move that we place this item on the consent calendar.
Any objections to placing this item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please place LCO 3363 on the consent calendar. We have arrived at item 15. Thank you, everyone who has been with us. House Bill 5329, an act establishing the Connecticut Education Innovation Grant Program, JFS to appropriations, LCO 3178. So this program strives to create a grant opportunity for districts who are trying to do something new and innovative and give them the space to know they will have some funds to see this through, study it for 3 years. We want to ensure, of course, that what they're working on is to either improve reading or mathematics, early literacy and numeracy, college, career, and service navigation, both for students and families, etc. But that is the intent of this program. Are there any questions or discussion? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious as a fiscal note.
It won't get a fiscal note until it goes to appropriations.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion and second has been made to JAFS to appropriation, agenda item 15, House Bill 5329, an act establishing the Connecticut Education Innovation Grant Program, LCO 3178. Senator McCory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Bertel,
No with a flag for appropriations.
Representative Zupkis,
No, same.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes no.
Representative Arseno,
Arseno, yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes no for appropriations review.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria, yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
No.
Senator Gacard Wilcox,
Senator Gacker Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga, Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Representative Howard, Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapes,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Wheelander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And so now I'll ask the clerk to read out what's on the consent calendar and then call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to vote on today's consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the bills as follow. Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327. Senator McCory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Bertel,
Yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Representative Arseno,
Arseno votes yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Belinsky,
Belinsky, yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria, yes.
Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gacard Wilcox,
Senator Gacker Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker,
Yes.
Representative Haynes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapes,
In the affirmative.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes this meeting. Votes will be held open until 4. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for all of your support for this committee and the many pieces of S language and getting it out to everyone. Thank you to the members, and we are in recess.
Madam Clerk, are you taking votes now?
Senator Gakar Wilcox? Hello, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
We can.
I'm here, yes, sorry. Okay, just real quick, what time did we adjourn the meeting? 3:01. 3:01, okay. All right, we'll see you guys up there. But Luther said she is not but she didn't actually say directly, but oh, yes. Just give me a few minutes, everyone. I'm just sending a quick email to everyone. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna go in order by who I see first. So Senator Gakar Wilcox, let me just check which ones I'm missing from you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to see. I think I voted on most of them.
Yeah. I'm missing your vote for 5148 and not concerning schools.
Yes.
And then I need your vote for 5149 and not concerning phone-free schools.
Yes.
And then I need your vote for 5323 and not concerning various revisions to the education statutes.
Yes. And that one has JFS language, right?
Let me check. Yes, it does.
Yes. Okay, yes.
And then I have your vote for that one. And you're all set, Senator.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problem. Have a good day.
You too.
Senator Summers. So I need your vote for the 5002 and not concerning education funding, special education and early childhood programs.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I voted on SB 7 either. I don't know if you
S-
that
SB7 was on
I don't know if you're going in order of the agenda or not.
So SB7 was put in the consent, so.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
go
no
ahead.
problem. So the next one I need from you is Senate Bill 308, an act requiring boards of education to post curriculum online.
Yes.
Senate Bill 310, an act concerning vocational
Yes.
education. Okay. Senate Bill 311, an act concerning disconnected youth.
No.
Senate Bill 312, an act concerning assorted revisions.
Yes.
House Bill 5035, requiring school districts to ban cellular phones.
No.
5148, an act concerning schools.
Yes.
House Bill 5149 and not concerning phone-free schools.
No.
5323 and not concerning various revisions.
Yes.
House Bill 5326 and not increasing the rates for birth to 3 program.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I have your vote for that.
I voted
Sorry.
on that one.
I apologize. And then
That's okay.
You said yes for the consent calendar.
Yes, I did. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good
Okay,
day.
bye-bye. You too. She does a great job, I think. She's always.
Hi, Representative Anderson.
Yes.
So I need your vote for 5002.
How did Rep. Zupkus vote?
Rep. Sokas vote in the affirmative.
Yes. I'll vote yes on 5002.
Okay. Senate Bill 308.
I'll vote yes.
Senate Bill 310.
Yes.
Senate Bill 311.
How did Rep. Zupkus vote?
Rep. Sokas voted in the affirmative.
I'll vote yes.
Senate Bill 312.
Yes.
House Bill 5035.
No.
House Bill 5148.
No.
House Bill 5149.
No.
And then I got your vote for 5323, 5326, 5329, and then the consent calendar. You're all set, Representative Anderson.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Have a good day. Representative Carney, are you there? Hi, Representative Carney.
Hi.
So I'm just gonna go in order and just let you know what you missed. So I need your vote for the first one that we voted on, which was 5002. Senate Bill 7 was on the consent calendar.
Okay, let me just pull it up. Okay, yes.
Okay. I need your vote for 308.
Yes.
Senate Bill 310.
Yes.
Senate Bill 311.
No.
Okay. Senate Bill 3112.
Yes.
House Bill 5035.
No.
House Bill 5148.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. No.
No worries. Okay. 5149.
Yes.
Okay. 5323. Oh, wait, no, I got you for 5323. I need your vote for 5326.
Yes.
Okay. 5329.
That's going to appropriations. Is that the
Yes,
one?
it is.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then the consent calendar, how would you like to vote on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. You're all set, Representative Carney.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too.
Okay, Representative Roberts. You ready?
Jazz, yes, Jazz. What's up with you? 502, right? Yes, sure.
502 is a yes. Okay. 308.
Yes.
310.
Which one is disconnected youth? 310?
Disconnected youth is 311.
311, yes. 310 for sure, yes.
Okay. 312.
Yes.
5035,
Yes.
5148,
Yes.
5149,
Yes.
5323,
Yes.
5326,
Yes.
5329.
Yes.
And then how would you like to vote on the consent?
Affirmative.
Okay, got you down.
Appreciate you.
Bye, have a good day.
Later.
Um, Senator Kushner, are you there?
Hey, thanks. You're the
Yeah,
best.
no
Yeah,
problem.
okay.
Rep Poulos, can you let me know, am I pronouncing your last name right? I
Poulos,
can't
yeah.
tell if I am or not.
Yeah,
This.
Poulos, yeah.
Okay.
It's like P-O-O, like pool, like you swim in.
Okay.
Us, you and me.
Okay, Poulos. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Thanks.
Hi, Rep Constantine.
Hello.
Hi, Senator Miller. We can hear you. Jazz is just taking others' votes in person. She'll be right with you.
I have to get offline. Okay, I'll wait for a second.
Okay. I'll let her know. I'll text her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Pat.
Hi, how are you, Jules?
I'm okay.
Good.
Looks like you're driving.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in my car.
Yeah, I got up here this morning, but I haven't. I got to get out of here. I have a meeting at 7:30 on Zoom, but I'd rather do that from home.
Oh, yeah. I hear you.
Miller. Hi,
All right, you go
Senator
first,
Miller.
Pat, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I apologize for the wait. I had to move to
No,
my.
no, that's okay. I'm on your time.
Okay. So we had a consent calendar, so everything's not gonna be in exact order. So the
Right,
first
I
thing
I
we
was
voted-
watching.
Okay. So the first item was 5002 that we voted on.
For the record, I want to say that I am voting yes on the bills, but I may not vote yes on the floor. I'm giving the proponents an opportunity to work on issues that were addressed. Okay. So 5002 is a yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 308.
That's a yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 310.
Yes.
Senate Bill 311.
Yes.
Senate Bill 3112.
Yes.
House Bill 5035.
5035. Yes.
House Bill 5148.
Yes.
House Bill 5149.
Yes.
House Bill 5323.
Yes.
House Bill 5326.
5326. Yes.
House Bill 5329.
Yes.
And then we had the consent calendar that had Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set, Senator Miller.
Thank you. Bye, Julie.
Bye.
Okay, Senator Kushner, I know you missed some votes, so let me just go through
didn't-
them and just
Yeah.
double check which ones you missed.
I didn't miss two. I think I was in.
No, I think I got you for a majority of them.
Yeah.
I need your vote for 5149 and not concerning phone-free schools.
Oh, yeah, that's a yes.
And then I need your vote for 5329. This is an act establishing the Connecticut Education Innovation Grant Program.
That's yes.
And then that's it. I got you for everything else.
Everything else was on consent?
Yes, on consent, I had Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327.
Oh, I thought I missed. Are you sure that's all I missed? Because I thought I missed one more.
I'll double check everything.
Okay.
Nope, I have you for everything, Senator.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Okay, no
Bye-bye.
problem.
Hi,
Yes, how are you?
good, Jazz. How are you?
Doing good. Um, so I'm just gonna go in the order of how we voted. So the first one we voted on was 5002.
Rep Sanchez votes yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 308.
Yes.
If you need me to read out the bill, just let me know.
No.
Senate Bill 310.
Yes.
Senate Bill 311.
Yes.
Senate Bill 312.
Yes.
House Bill 5035.
Yes.
House Bill 5148.
Yes.
House Bill 5149.
Yes.
House Bill 5323.
Yes.
House Bill 5326.
Yes.
House Bill 5329.
Yes.
And then the consent calendar that has Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327.
Yes.
Okay, you're all
Thank
set.
you, Jazz. See ya.
Bye.
Hi, how are you?
How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good. So we had a consent calendar, so I'm just gonna read to you the ones that were just
For
individual.
all these, for all these that we do, you can just read the bill number. You don't have to read
Okay.
the name or the item number.
Sounds perfect. 5002,
Yes,
308,
yes,
310,
yes,
311,
no.
312.
Were there any no's on 312?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. I'm a yes to move it through committee.
5035,
Yes,
5148,
no,
5149,
yes,
5323,
yes,
5326,
yes,
5329,
yes,
and then consent calendar with Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327.
yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Take care. Hi, Representative Smith. So I just missed one vote from you. I think you might have stepped away from your computer.
I was trying to be slick and handle two committees at the same time from my Zoom, and then I lost I lost transportation. I couldn't get back on there, and I will put a question mark. 5326 is the Birth to Three program. That did pass overwhelmingly. I thought
I didn't get your vote on it though. I think that you did step away because I remember you not being on your computer when I did.
I caused more trouble for you guys. I know I
No,
do.
you're good. I just wanted to
5326.
make sure you had the opportunity to vote, so that's why I texted you.
Well, I appreciate it because
Yeah.
I try to do these things I think are going to save me work, and I just make things more complicated. No, 5326 is I vote yes on that, Jess.
Okay. Yeah, and with that, you're all set, Representative.
We having another meeting Wednesday or Friday, I hope.
Yeah, we're having another one Wednesday.
Okay, I'm trying to get my schedule straight. I have all three of my committees are always Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and they all start at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I'll probably be talking to you.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
be talking to
we
you
always
after.
we always have votes open, so I could always text you.
Yeah.
Put you on the know.
Well, I appreciate it. You do a great
Yeah.
job. Appreciate it, Jazz.
Anytime.
Have a good rest of the week. I'll see you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hi, Rep Raider.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Okay.
Let me just go through these and see what I'm missing from you.
Yep. Yeah, I was there for a
Okay.
few in the beginning, but
Yeah. So I need your vote for SB 311, disconnected youth,
what was the name of the bill again?
and not concerning disconnected youth.
Yes.
Okay. Senate Bill 3112, and not concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes.
Yes.
Okay. House Bill 5035, and act requiring school districts to ban cellular phones in the classroom.
Yes. Can I ask you a quick question? Was that a long debate?
Yeah.
I'll watch it back. Okay. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
have missed that. Yeah, because our Board of Ed, right before I left, we passed that locally.
No worries.
Yeah. All
But
right.
yeah, I would say we received a lot of debate on both
Yeah.
sides. Well, not
Thank
both sides, but
yeah.
you know what I mean.
I'll watch later in my
Yeah.
free time.
5148, and not concerning schools.
Yes.
Okay. 5149, and not concerning phone-free schools. This is Leaper's bill. The previous one was the governor's bill.
Wait, so say what the title is again. I know I read this, but I just want to make sure I'm reading.
5149, and not concerning phone-free schools.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have 5323, and not concerning various revisions to the education statutes.
Yes.
5326, and not increasing the rates for the Birth to Tree program.
Yes.
5329, and act establishing the Connecticut Education Innovation Grant Program.
Yes.
And then consent calendar that had SB 7, 221, 5324, and 5327.
Yes.
Okay, and with that, you're all set.
All
Representative.
right. Thanks, Chaz. You
Yeah,
have a
no
good
problem.
day.
You as well.
Bye.
Take care.
Well, quick question. When's our next, we have another meeting this week, right? On
Yeah,
Fridays?
on Wednesday, and we
Right.
also have one on the calendar for Friday.
In case we need it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much. I'll see you
Yeah, no
Wednesday.
problem.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Bye.
Hi, Representative Pemberton.
How are you?
Doing good. I'm just checking when I needed your votes for. I need your vote for 5035.
That's a yes for me.
Okay. I need your vote for 5148,
That's a yes as well.
5149,
Yes.
5323,
Yes.
5326.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
5329,
Yes.
and then the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a nice day.
You as well. Take care.
Hi, Madam Clerk. I'm just trying to pull up my agenda.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Okay, I got it. Sorry about that.
No worries. So
This way you don't have to read the whole title to me.
No worries. So I'm just gonna go into order how we voted because we did have a consent calendar.
Okay.
So 5002.
Yes.
Okay. 308.
No.
Senate Bill 310.
Yes. That's with the JFS, right?
Yes, JFS.
Okay.
Senate Bill 311.
Yes.
Senate Bill 312.
Yes.
House Bill 5035.
Yes.
House Bill 5148.
Yes.
House Bill 5149.
Yes.
House Bill 5323,
Yes.
House Bill 5326,
Yes.
House Bill 5329,
Yes.
and then we had a consent calendar with Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 221, House Bill 5324, and House Bill 5327.
I'm so sorry. What was the one you said before? 5327?
5324.
5324.
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Flexer.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Rep Gibson.
Hi, Jazz. How are you?
Doing good.
Good.
Just the bill number, or do you want me to read the titles?
I heard them all, unless you still have to read the bill numbers.
No. Wait, say that again?
I just heard them when you were talking to Senator Flexer.
Okay.
And I mean, my answer would be yes to them all, but if you have to read them, that's fine.
I'll just read the bill title and you just vote. And I think that'll be good. So
Gotcha.
5002,
Yes.
308,
Yes.
310,
Yes.
311,
Yes.
312,
Yes.
5035,
Yes.
5148,
Yes.
5149,
Yes.
5323,
Yes.
5326,
Yes.
5329.
Yes.
Consent calendar was 7, 221, 5324, and 5327.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thanks, guys.
And take care.
Have a good one.
You as well.